What's good, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. My name is Nonpfixion. This is my co-host,
Yeah.
Zach. This is Real Fan Sports. And
What is good?
we're here for a little bit of Summer League.
Stuck on.
Got the Warriors and the Pelicans.
Uh-oh.
Also, Summer League. And Zach is breaking his room.
Yeah, dude, my chair was like stuck on something.
They're currently playing in the Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Good old UNLV, man. I love whenever we've driven to Vegas. Well, obviously before their big stadium now, Legion. Yeah. We used to drive past and we went right over the highway. You'd see UNLV's football field, their basketball stadium, all that stuff. It's nice little area right there. Oh, it's like out almost like in the middle of the desert in Vegas.
Yeah, usually when I drive, whenever I was able to come into Vegas, we don't see none of that. We come from a whole different direction, so it's just road.
Yeah, you come from a whole different direction. Exactly. Yep.
Road and dirt.
What up, Hoodie? Hoodie said, "Go Pels." Was good, Hood.
What up, Hoodie?
Yeah, dude, it was so fun. Like we drive past, and you knew you were getting close because all of a sudden you'd hit desert, and then you'd see random motorhomes. Burnt to crisp. Not gonna assume what they were doing, but I think we could all give a good high quality guess as to why it's on fire. Breaking Bad is a real thing. People do be doing that.
Oh, it really is. It really is.
But it should be a fun game. Me and I were talking a little bit right before we turned on. Just it's not about winning Summer League. It's about seeing the development in players. Like the rookies is one thing, but I get really excited about watching the second year guys, the dudes that were like trying to find a footing on the roster last year and then coming in this year, and we're trying to see where they can develop as a leader in Summer League. This is the guys with experience. For the Pelicans, it's Dyson Daniels, EJ Liddell, even though we didn't get to see him play last year because of ACL injury, as well as Sebron, who's a guy that is with our summer crew throughout most of the season. They pulled him in a couple times. He didn't get to see many minutes, but these are guys that you're excited to see. And then Jordan Hawkins, great 3-point shooter. I hope to see him knock a couple down.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Trace Jackson is. One person that we drafted that was interesting when we picked him up. Nobody really was looking at him, but the year before last, he was the number 2 player in the country. But we drafted him like 57 overall, whatever. It's like, how do people forget about this dude? So I'm hoping that he has such a chip on his shoulder that this year will be a breakout year for him. His first season.
For sure. And then I see you got your A's hat on. Did you saw who they picked up today? They actually grabbed a great pickup in the 7th pick. People think he could be one of the best RBI hitters and be a leadoff hitter in just a couple of years in the MLB.
I did not. I put it on because it's still 100 degrees outside, and so my fan can blow right through the holes in my hat. That's honestly why I put it on.
So we are in game. Good movement from the Warriors right off the bat, but EJ Liddell, great stand-up defense.
Great stop.
Dyson
Daniels guarded by Lester Canonia.
What's up? Welcome from Brazil.
Shot is no good. Sebron with the pickup gets it up to Liddell. Cross court, back to Sebron. The drive. Nice attempt, but no good. Lester with the 3. And I want you to pay attention as you watch Lester. Tell me who he plays like. Just wait till I...
All right. I'm going to keep an eye on
First two points dropped for the Pels.
Pause it. I'm like 2 seconds behind you. I just saw the inbound pass to number 2.
Tell me when you see them get to the ball's coming back.
Dyson gets the steal. It's coming back now. Liddell with it.
All right.
Liddell off to Sebron. Sebron out to Hawkins. Now Sebron looking at the drive inside. He's going to kick out to Dyson Daniels. The Aussie. No luck on the
Otto Tato, what's up? He said, yes, Gui Santos from Brazil. I'm actually very interested to see how he plays as well. Brandon Podzikmis, the new rookie.
We have a foul on the Warriors. This is one thing that you expect from Summer League. A lot of decent ball movement, but a lot of bad finishing. Like I feel like that's very common with a lot of these younger players. I don't know if it's just a little bit of nerves, still trying to find their footing and whatnot. But this is also why Summer League's so great, because you get to be in a big stage now with a new team, new coaching staff, and all this, and you get to kind of come in and just take your breather here as you get ready for regular season.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's to be expected. They're in a position where they have to learn, and they still know basketball, but they have to learn the NBA style of basketball, which is still different, very different from college ball.
It's very different. Yeah, it's very different.
And even the way the refs call the game.
And Dyson Daniel, they have Dyson. Yeah, very true, very true. And with new rules this year, no flopping.
Yeah,
we saw it get called once. I think last week, which the one that they called, I actually didn't like. I don't know if you saw the clip. I can't remember what player it was, but the player goes, spins, and kind of closes and tries to spin move with his elbow high, and he does hit the defending player in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Not hard, but he does hit him, and he flops his head back, and they called a penalty on the flopper. But the thing was, you missed the contact. He did get hit in the face. So just because he overreacted the hit, he got hit to the mouth. I mean, technically, in the rules, you get hit in the face, you should be looking at flagrants, not you getting a technical. You know what I mean?
Johnson I think he cracked knees on the inbound pass, but does get the shot up.
Oh, yeah.
I think he might have hit his knee.
Yeah, him and Sebron.
Makes the free throw.
They also just showed that Dyson Daniels 6'8". Did he grow over the last couple months?
I think
he's still young, so it's possible.
Yeah.
Underneath, it's gonna get blocked.
The block.
Matovic's gonna get blocked by
the
Santos.
Brazilian.
Okay. Makovic to shoot two. Kovic.
Oh, okay. I like that. That's cool.
Are you from Brazil, Adetano?
Oh yeah, Brazil. Makes the first free throw. And the second. Good start for the Pelicans. 6-3 current score. Oh, let me check.
Hawkins defending. They're going to set a high screen for him. Pass it over. Good ball moving from the Warriors.
Podziemski. It's going to drive in the paint. Pass gets deflected, but he gets it back. 7 seconds. Gets it off.
Almost gets it to drop.
Johnson dives for the save. Pass to Gee. Gee gets fouled. A saving foul call by the referees. But good hustle, though.
That's the hustle you want to see out of summer league players. Earn your spot, son. Earn your spot.
Johnson, I like it.
Take it out.
I like his hustle.
Yeah.
It's your real chair, sucker.
Earn yourself a contract, man. I mean, dude, hustle plays like that will get you a two-way contract. It might not get you full-blown roster, but you'll get a two-way if you show hustle like that. They want to keep guys like that on their squad. They want guys to work.
So true. So true.
Both free throws are going to drop. I need to get used to everybody's name here. I think that was that Quinones? Oh, nice spin move by Dyson. Kicks out. Jordan Hawkins over to EJ Liddell. Bring the ball back up top to Sebron. Sebron back to Liddell. Liddell wants three. He's going to shoot it. It's going to be way short, but offensive rebound by Dyson, who's going to go inside. Little hesitation, but can't finish at the rim, but gets the follow-up. Dyson Daniels was a guy last year for the Pels that was, really good at the start. Like any possession, he would do things that were really nice, and then he'd either pick up his dribble too early and then make a bad pass, or get to the rim cleanly and get a good look, but can't finish. His
Ooh,
finishing is something that
Paziknis with
needs
the
to be
long
improved.
three. The
Oh,
one
yeah.
thing I did with the times we watched him, the one thing I liked about him, he came in with great energy. His problem was sometimes over time he would get a little reckless. But
Yes.
he always came in with great energy.
It's a great finish high off the glass. Bujinski's going to lead the layup short. Now Sebron moving the other way. And they're just moving back and forth. Again, missed opportunities at the cup.
Rebound by Santos. Santos to Canonis. Canonis back to Santos. To Pazitsky. Cross-court pass to Lester. Lester for three. Got it.
Lester. You are not lying, Non. He has got a pretty shot. He has got a real
Steph
pretty
and
shot.
Kuminga in the building. He looked like he did get.
Hawkins tries to cross over, loses it. Great defensive play by 37. Who's that, Davis?
I think so. Steph does look like he just came from the golf course, to be honest with you.
He definitely did just come from the golf course. That's what I know.
Also, if you're into Steph Curry shoes, if you want to find a place that sells them pretty fairly priced, go to Academy. If you have an Academy near you, they sell Steph shoes at a reasonably very priced shoe. They're not crazy. Yeah. I seen a pair there for like $60 and it wasn't like an old pair.
But
yeah.
Oh, really? It's just like a year old?
Yeah, like the year was. It was like,
yeah. You can't beat that.
It was on sale for $60. Me and my brother's looking at it. My brother's like, he was kind of thinking about getting a pair, but I think the regular price was $74, and that's still not a bad price.
No, that's still not a bad price.
What up,
ELS? How you living, brother?
Yes, sir. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I really do need a third monitor so I can throw this list up there so I can see names. I need a third monitor so bad.
Ever since you've talked about it, that's all I can think about. But it's like I know it's like I'm trying to weigh my options, right? Because if I get a third monitor, I mean, like, because I really want a good first monitor, right? Like, I want a good first monitor for when I do play some games and stuff like that. I want something to get my full experience of my computer. Right now, I'm not even getting a quarter of my experience that I could be having, but a third monitor would be so useful right now.
What monitor do you have now? See, I'm doing good. The Brewers win today.
I have a
good job. Flossie, hell of a bounce back game for Wemby. Very true. But people have to remember, he's young. Give him the leeway to make mistakes. He's supposed to make them right now. This is the time where he makes them and learns from them.
Well, that's the problem with him being such a freak of a human, of just pure size, athleticism, and all that, is that people automatically expect him to just adjust. I mean, like he said, he came out and was just honest, and I honestly appreciate the honesty where they interviewed him. He said, I didn't know what I was doing out there. It's a different game of basketball from international to NBA.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying harder or easier. I'm saying it's different. It's played different. The pace is different. Everything like that is completely new.
Oh, yeah.
He'll adjust. It's just going to take some time. And Coach Pop now, who signed a 5-year deal extension of his coaching contract with the Spurs.
Oh, he did?
He's going to have plenty of time to get that to work out.
Santos with the steal.
He did. Yep. I'll tell you what, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of the Warriors defense right here.
I like the hustle.
They are quick, anticipating passes, creating good steals on defense.
Take this. I'm trying to figure out where I can put this.
Flossie, what did he end up finishing with? I saw he had 15 points like in the beginning of the third quarter.
I think so.
Dyson. Cross-court pass to Sebron. Sebron is going to get guarded. He's going to pull inside, puts up a tough little shot, but gets it to fall. Sebron is definitely a slasher. He's not a pull-up shooter. He wants to drive in every single time he gets the ball. And that's just one thing that's hurting him with getting him a true two-way contract. Like, he'll get it for a week or two due to injuries, but other than that, he doesn't have a place yet. Good ball movement around. He thought about the shot.
Yeah, he'll be about
good on the layup.
79. Zach Potato. He is currently 74.
When did he beat? Wait, what?
He's talking about. He said, "Won't he be in 70s or 80s or in his 90s?" He said a 5-year contract. I said he'll be. I said he'll be 79.
Oh,
Yeah.
79. Goodness gracious.
Which more likely
My dude.
I'm gonna be honest with you. He's probably only going. He's probably only going to do 2 years of that contract. He's not. I doubt he's doing that full 5. He's not doing that full 5.
5 years is a lot, man.
Especially when you're 7.
Nice
you're
Daniels. Nice little step back 3. Can't get it to drop though. ELS says, I went to a minor league baseball game on Wednesday at Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. Oh, that's cool, man. ELS, if you ever go to a game or something like that, and if you have us on Instagram, post it on your story and tag us, and we'll share it. One of our buddies, 40, he went to a game out in Texas today. I think they were Roughnecks. Said
yes,
it was a good time. I'm so mad they got rid of our minor league out here. It was fun, cheap game. You know, get you a little hot dog, enjoy some baseball with some nice weather. Can't beat it.
Yeah, I thought about going to
Santos going to get rejected.
Lester tried to get the putback. There's going to be a foul on the recovery on the rebound, but the games during this time of the year, because it's close to 4th of July, the prices just like fly up. So I was like, I'm not going no games for it. Because you go from like a $9 to $12 ticket to a $45, $50 ticket. It's like, what are you doing? Just for fireworks?
I'll tell you what.
Get a sponsor.
I'm just seeing a bunch of different guys that are people that are in the stands right now. How much are tickets for like summer league games and stuff like that? Because you see a bunch of fans from a bunch of different teams. Like, I wonder if it's just like super cheap and you can just go and check out a bunch of different players, or maybe it's like you pay one price and you can go see whatever you want. Like, did it?
I think that'd be a cool thing to experience. I gotta go back.
Canona is around the screen. They're gonna call a foul against Pelicans.
Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't show. I thought it did. It just showed the time and where the TV is gonna be at. Let me see. Summer League ticket prices.
Yep. It's like, well, it's really not that. It's not that cheap. It's about a normal game.
$45.
Says general admission tickets begin at $40 to $50, but I wonder if it's a thing where it's all day. Like, you can pay $40 or $50 and you go in all day, because the games play back to back to back, all in the same stadium, right? They just switch in.
I don't know. It says it says
correct.
According to UNLV ticket site, general admission price is $45. If fans prefer to have reserved seating, the cost will be $225.
I would just pay the $45 and call it a day. Yeah, it looks like it's just a day. Yeah, it's a by day thing, so that's not that bad. You can literally buy it by the day, pay $69 and go watch 4 or 5 games of basketball. Yeah. That's not bad. I would do that. I would do that all day in the week.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not really bad at all. Especially if you're trying to not be home for a couple hours. You don't mind being at a game and chilling like you're watching the big TV. I would do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, in my experience with things like that too, the interaction's a lot better. Like, the players are probably around hanging out. You'll probably run into a couple of them. There's a lot of starters that are there, supporting the up and coming rookies and stuff like that. There's 2. Oh, there are. Okay, I didn't know if there's 1 or 2 different courts. I got you.
It said one that said Thomas and Mack. I saw another name, but I don't remember what it was, to be honest with you. I didn't know how to make the thumbnails feel different, so I threw like the little summer league thing over the front of it. So I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I did. I'm down with it. I like it. All right, got a couple new players checking in.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to refresh.
3-point shot from the corner. Butter. Is that your boy again, Lester? Making him rain like that?
I think so, my friend.
Oh, great inside feed. Working the ball around. Kick back out up top now.
I love the ball movement for the
Oh, yeah. Great
Pelicans.
hesitation. Go straight to the cup. Yes, sir. That's real pretty.
Foul on the attempt by Pazikmis. I'm going to have to pay attention to how they say his name. Podzimski?
Yeah. I think it was Pazinski.
Yeah.
It was like a puss sound. Also, some news from the Pels for those that are Pels fans or just like to keep up with different teams around the league. They are talks between the head of basketball for the Pelicans and David Griffin. They did extend his contract out, but there's a contingency with it, and there has been expression of lack of satisfaction from what he's done so far. He's had some hits, but he's also had a lot of misses, and I don't think they're like saying that you're on a short string, but they're just like, look, this year is a year to make something happen. Like, we need to see drastic improvement of pickups.
Misses the free throw. I mean, it makes sense if they feel like there's some misses in the whole thing.
They're gonna call blocking there? I believe so. I thought he was straight up.
I think so. And he was definitely outside the circle.
Man, Willie out here with the Louis bag. I see you, Willie. You think you balling like that?
Like, thank God he got a head full of braids, because his head definitely did hit the turf.
Oh yeah.
First free throw goes down.
Who's that going to be? That's going to be Brogdon, I believe, or is that Crutcher?
Jalen Crutcher.
He'll knock down 2. So tie things all up at 18. Pretty good summer league game so far, man. Yeah. A little bit of competitiveness. Scores kind of going back and forth. We were unsure whether or not we were going to do this game or not. We had some videos that we wanted to record, but we had talked about doing this, thinking it was like later in the week.
Yeah.
And last minute, we're like, oh, let's do it. We'll see how it goes. And, so far, I'm happy.
Kickball. Thank you for the subscription, Anthony Gill. Welcome to the channel. Hope you enjoy yourself.
Much love.
Wipe your feet off. Take your shoes off. Kick them up. Grab yourself a drink. Enjoy yourself.
They're gonna call loose ball foul.
It might be a push in the back.
That one, I didn't know about that either. Maybe so.
I think that's the only thing I see. That's the only thing I can see. Maybe a push in the back.
Yo, big money bags. Gail in the building. I'll tell you what. That's one thing that I do appreciate from Gail. I know a lot of people in the Pels spaces right now are like really hard on her, saying that she's being cheap, not going into the luxury tax. Personally, I don't blame her. It's a business decision. Once you get in that luxury tax, you're in there for a while. Like, you got to make sure it's worth it. But she's always traveling. She always tries to make an appearance for, any event, regardless of where it's at. So I do appreciate that from her.
Both free throws made by Michael Jantunen.
Crusher. Working the ball back up top. All right. Oh, great pass inside. Got to get the finish. They're going to give him the and one.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know if it was a foul either, but I do like that was a great feed there by, I think it was Nolly into Brooks, and Brooks just goes in.
When you look at, maybe he did catch I know he catched the ball, but he did catch his hand too. So, but with the rules that we've been learning as we've been watching different stuff, it might not be a foul. I don't know anymore.
Brooks is going to knock down the and one play. 21-20. Oh.
Ball's going to be knocked out of bounds.
I don't know if Pelicans touched that.
It looked like it hit off a Warrior's foot.
That's what I thought too.
Inbound by Davis. Back to Davis. It's going to be a Was it? I guess there's a foul on the screen. I mean, I'm surprised honestly they didn't call a moving screen. That's probably would have been the better call, to be honest. Because it should be Pelicans ball.
I agree.
You know, I never like I've watched games, but I never really pay attention to the coaching staff. Is the coaching staff for Summer League just the other coaches from the main team?
I think it's just the assistant coaches because I do see Willie Green's there, but I don't think. But I think he's just watching. I think he's just watching.
Well, yeah, I don't think the head coach has anything to do with it because I know Kerr's there, but he's like off to the side. He was talking to somebody, but I always wondered.
Yeah, that's how Willie was too.
Yeah, I saw him sitting with his son. I always wondered if Kretcher misses the floater, but I always wondered if the coaching staff might steal.
Alley for the Summer League, son. Throw that bit in the air. Come on, man. That was a great steal. You got to finish off that with some excitement.
I always wondered if the coaching staff for Summer League was just the coaching staff, the assistant coaches from the main team. That's why I wondered. Because if not, then like, what do they do?
That's what
if they're not part of the regular coaching staff, what do you do the entire season? Are you?
Well, you know what? It could be the coaching staff that coaches the
G League. Yeah.
Maybe it's a mixture of the two. Maybe it's a mixture of the G League coaches and the some assistant coaches.
That makes sense. They're gonna say the last shot attempt did not count.
Yeah, it just came up short.
Yeah, it was still in his hand at 0.
But I mean, first quarter, 21-20. Can't beat that, man. A good little quarter for both teams. One thing that I'm seeing that I already knew about Dyson Daniels, he's a guy that I'm keeping my eyes on. Him and Hawkins, I really want to see Hawkins get involved a lot more. But Daniels, again, still struggling shooting. But the things that we do know about him is that he is a hustler. He already has 6 rebounds. He does have 2 assists and a steal. But I need to see him be more efficient on offense. If you're not getting your points, and if you can't score inside and you're not a great shooter, you don't feel confident with your shooting, or you're having an off shooting night, then I need to see your ability to get other players involved. I need that assist number to be a lot higher if that's what your job's going to be. Because we want you on the team. We want you to play your defense. He's one of the better young defenders in the league. Between him and Herb, they're kind of neck and neck with that.
Do they give
but scoring is something that he's continuously struggling with. What up, Skylar? Skylar, you home already?
Damn, she was flying.
I guess so, huh?
I think they gave him that shot even though his hands was on the ball because the score on ESPN is 24.
Yeah, I see 22. Yeah. Oh, I see 22.
Oh, they just changed it back. It was just 24. They just changed it back.
Okay. I got you.
That's why I was like, no, just looking at it was weird because it was 22, then it went 24, then it went back to 22. I was like, they couldn't make up their mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, so far for the Pels, like I said, Dyson Daniels rebounding is something that I'm really happy about. Makovic, like to see him be a little bit, more aggressive on boards and stuff like that. We're still desperately looking for someone to, kind of fill in that gap for Jonas, especially when we play teams that are a little bit quicker and Jonas can't keep up with them. He only has 1 rebound so far. Hawkins shooting 2 for 3, which I'll take. He has 4 points. So not bad.
Yeah.
Jones with a 3, way off.
Look,
and for you, bro, you've got to be loving what you're seeing from your
Les
guy.
Canonia definitely looks
my
good.
dude is hitting 3-pointers like nothing. Oh shoot! I just realized I was still in Discord the whole time. I don't know why Sterling didn't. Text me.
You're just talking into the air.
Yeah.
Is he playing the game? Davis with a tough move gets the shot to drop and the foul. That's too funny. He's just playing the game. I just hear you. You in there,
just playing the game, and I'm just talking bullshit and talking a lot, dude. There's nothing more frustrating when you're playing the game and someone's talking about something you don't give a damn about in your ear, loud as can be. Scott said, not home yet. I'm on 90. I'm getting tired, so I had to put something on. Oh, so you wanted to listen to
we
us? How
appreciate
nice. Well, get home safe. I know 90. You're not too far off, so
There's going to be
careful,
a foul call on the drive. Side out for the Pels.
All right, inbound to Sebron. Sebron's going to work around the screen. He's going to get inside. He's just too he's too anxious. He's tunnel vision into driving instead of like looking around. And then when he gets caught inside, he doesn't know what to do. Makovic sends a rainbow shot.
I like the shot attempt, though. I like the shot attempt. Rebound by Tavion Jones. Davis drives to the paint. Gets the pass out. Long three. No good.
What up, Slim?
Nice three.
3-point shot for Jones. He said, I need a makeup. He said, I need a makeup off that brick. Good shot.
What up, Slim?
I like that. I like that confidence. You totally whiff one, come right back. No hesitation, just pull.
Cross-court pass. Jones drives. A little behind the back pass. It's going to be stolen.
Recovery defense.
Nice pass. Ooh.
Okay, a little trickery. It should be a charge, right? They're going to go blocking again? What are these refs?
They're going to go blocking again.
I mean, I'm not mad at it because I want the Pels to win, but like that's horrible. That should have been a charge. Without a doubt, it should have been a charge. Can we see it again? They're not really worried about these kind of things in summer league, but like I just want to see what they had thinking because I didn't see any movement.
I think that's why Lester looked at him like, really?
Right, yeah. It was the second one.
Yeah. Misses the first free throw. Like after getting gas, I almost turned around and went to Walmart because I'm craving chocolate-covered strawberries. CP3 on the sideline.
Chocolate-covered strawberries at Walmart that she wanted to get today.
Oh.
CP going back to the 2000s with the all jean fit.
Yeah,
he thinks he's Justin Timberlake.
Second free throw made. Davis. Swings out a pass to Jones.
I'll tell you what. I know you and me have talked about it a little bit off stream, but like, what's your thoughts now that things have kind of settled in with the CP3 going to the Warriors?
Lester gets blocked. Well, if they're planning to keep him, if they're planning to actually keep him, not use him as a trade piece for a big, I can see where it would work for a second string because our second string, with Poole running the second string and his erraticness, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was never a consistent flow of this offense.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
It was never a consistent flow of offense. Mm-hmm. As much as I do like Poole, regardless of the punch, regardless of his attitude towards the end of the season, regardless, I still like Poole a lot. And I wish him nothing but success in Washington. Mm-hmm. But the problem was
facts.
There were too many downtimes when Steph gets to the bench and no one can score. You know what I'm saying? So the one thing I can expect from CP3 is consistency. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was about to say. I was like, as long as Chris Paul understands that his role is not to be CP of 5 years ago, but to be CP of right now, then it could be a great addition, to the team because you know what you're going to consistently get out of him. If they can limit him to like 5 and like 7 minute stretches like that, he's going to give you max effort during those times. He'll record a couple of steals. He has a great mind for defense. He's really good at reading the offensive player that he's guarding, being able to get a poke in. He's still great at assisting the ball, coordinating the offense. You know, this also might help Kuminga grow, which is something that I saw a lot of, I think it was Draymond talk about, and made a lot of sense. This could be something that takes Kuminga to the next level.
And that's kind of when I thought, okay, maybe that's the actual reason why they did the trade. Is because they didn't want to get rid of Kuminga. They didn't want to get rid of Poole, but the contract given to him was too big. It was too big for what he was doing, and they couldn't do anything with it.
A loose ball like that?
I thought it was a pretty much clear steal, but they can't, because they couldn't do anything with that contract, and Poole's output wasn't matching that price tag. They had to make a move.
Yeah. As we see, CP got his jersey today.
Yeah.
Still rocking the number 3.
Yeah, the trades were official yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once again, all y'all that have stopped in here, we appreciate you for stopping by. If you can and you feel like we deserve it, hit that like button for us. Feel free to type in the chat, talk to us. We're just here enjoying the game just like y'all. Appreciate you guys.
But
Love
we
you
also
guys.
don't mind if you like using this for your radio. We do get that a fair amount.
Big facts.
It's going to be an offensive foul on a moving screen. Is that Johnson or John T? However you say that dude's other name. Yeah, that was Johnson. Jace.
Well,
Jace
I mean,
Johnson.
this is. Well, again, this is another thing that's important with Summer League. The rules are a little bit different in the NBA than it is in college, or even especially different if you're coming from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
So adjusting the rules and how they call different things is going to be important, because we already know we don't feel like the refs know what the hell they're doing most of the time. So if you're coming in and have no idea, then you're going to be in some trouble.
Another moving screen by Johnson.
They're going to get him with a moving screen again.
Another one.
That one was obvious. The other one I wasn't sure about, but that one was obvious.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely think CP3, his reputation with teams, every team, I will say this, every team he's went to, when he's left that team, they've all been in better positions. Every team.
Yep. It's very true.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do, Jace. Try to pick it up and try to cock it back and put it right back up.
Nice little offhand. Sebrom just too aggressive. Goes to the cup.
All these fouls going against the Warriors. Every one of these fouls are going against the Warriors. And they're all on charges. All of them probably except like 1 or 2 are charges.
I don't know either. I'd like to see that one again. We're actually going to see it this time. It's very close. It is close. But the other one, especially the other one, there's no way that was a charge. That one was pretty close. Sebron knocks down 3-point play. Send the lead out to 6, 30-24.
And if you are currently listening to what the announcers are saying, they're even saying that having CP3 there, the Warriors can actually run 2 style offenses if they wanted to in any game.
Mm-hmm.
Long 3 by Davis.
Which, that's a great shot. It's got to be fun for Coach Kerr, too, to, kind of experiment his coaching ability. He's ran, kind of similar offense for most of his career with the Warriors, and it's worked. And, this shows his dynamic. It allows him to have some fun with it.
There was a call, but I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was on either. They're calling traveling, possibly?
I would say off of Matt Kovic's spin move, it might have been a travel. So how is it side out? They shouldn't have the ball. It's not Pelicans' ball.
Yeah, it's not Pelicans' ball.
I'm so confused right now. You didn't call anything, and then you stopped playing and gave the ball to the Pelicans.
Look, this dude had a bet, right, 2 years ago against the Warriors winning the finals, okay? And he lost. Now he's just trying to get his revenge against these young kids that are just trying to find their way in the league.
So you're saying he betted for the Celtics to win?
Yeah, he had the Celtics. He definitely had the Celtics. Hawkins going to get the inbound back out to Dyson. Dyson's going to take a 3. And I don't mind him taking some of these shots, because he needs to get them in game. He doesn't take them whenever he plays during the regular season, because you have guys like D.I.
I need this ref gone. I need this referee gone.
Get this shot dropping.
I need this referee gone. This dude whistle is hot. That was all ball.
Oh, man.
That was all ball.
He got during the timeout. He's got to go put the whistle on ice. He's been blowing on that thing so hot, bro.
Man,
is Brett hot and the whistle hot? That's how we're gonna start talking shit.
Such a weird commercial. Do you have a bacon commercial?
Yeah. Very weird. Very weird.
Just dancing bacon. That's your selling point for your product. Okay.
But bro, you know what? Sometimes that bacon be jumping. Sometimes the bacon be jumping in the pan, bro. You don't know what to do. Slim said, "Ref gone, man. He needs to be gone, man. I'll tell you what's his name, because if I'll tell you what, actually, as a Pelicans fan, I hope he refs all of our games, because he's giving us a bone right now.
I don't ever want to see him in the pros ever. don't.
Oh, the ESPYs this Wednesday.
Don't come to the main stage, please.
I haven't watched the ESPYs in like
I've watched.
Like 2 or 3
I've
years.
never really watched the full ESPYs.
I've
never watched the full ESPYs. Never.
Really? I'm trying to think what was the last one that I watched. I think I watched the one when Peyton Manning led it, but it was just bits and pieces.
But like, I don't really.
Last year,
I stopped really watching.
Who did it last year? Was it Kevin Hart last year?
I think it was. No, was it Steph? What did Steph do one last year? Did it last year?
Oh, it was Steph last year. It was Steph last year, and then I think it was K Hart the year before that. Maybe I don't know. I
think you're right.
Or maybe it was John Cena. Didn't John Cena host it once?
Yeah, because he made fun of KD. Skylar said she made it home, Zach.
Scott said I made it home. All right, good, babe. All right, we'll call you once we're done with the game. EJ Liddell. This is another guy that I'm like super excited. You know, he was our second round draft pick last year. He looked really good in summer league, then wasn't quite able to got injured and was bedridden for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Now getting to see him back in action, and he was a guy that Griffin and Coach Willie Green had a lot of plans for. You know, he plays that 3 to 4 position. He's quick, very athletic. He's a very good defender as well. That's something that Willie Green truly likes. He definitely looks at young defenders. Willie has a different, and David Griffin have a different mindset of what guys they look at. The best explanation that I've seen so far about Dyson Daniels is, I think it was by Pelicans Report on Twitter. They said the problem, everybody is hating on Dyson Daniels because most time when a new player comes in the league, they have all the skills. They can shoot, dribble, drive, and finish like that, but they lack the necessity of being an NBA player, which is, defense, moving off ball, IQ and things like that. Dyson is opposite. He has good defense. He has great basketball IQ, but he lacks some of the skill assets of the game. And they just called the charge.
But if you notice, it's a different referee at the end of the ball, at the end of the court now. That's a different referee.
Oh, is it really? Person. They switched them out?
So it's a different person.
That's funny.
Let me see, which side is he on?
But I thought that was a really good explanation of what his skill set is. And it's weird watching him because you're like, he should have these raw basketball skills, but he doesn't. He has raw IQ.
Yeah.
Now, can we develop him into a high scoring, true basketball player with skills of dribbling, passing, shooting?
Back-to-back threes.
Here gets that one to drop.
Bounce pass. Easy communication, a little give and go.
Great. Mm-hmm. It's just clean basketball. Great play. Hawkins.
Yeah.
Again, a guy that he's known for being able to shoot in rhythm like that, but leaves it way short.
Cross-court pass. Pazikmas to Jason. Gets the shot out by Dyson Daniels.
That's a good foul by Dyson.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good foul. I mean, don't give him the easy basket. Make him go for 2 at the line. I mean, it's not something that you want to see in summer league, but it is the smart foul. As we see,
so I see some of your boys.
We see Trey, Herb, and Larry Nance in the building, as well as Najee Marshall. All guys part of the culture here in New Orleans, man. These are 4 guys. Nance came in with the trade with CJ McCollum, Alvarado in the building as well. These are guys that except for Nance, and Herb, started in the G League and made their way, and now guys like Trey is making a name for himself, competed in the dunk competition last year. He wants to compete in the 3-point competition this year. Alvarado, just a high energy guy, became staples. I
like Najee a lot. I like Najee.
Mm-hmm. They call him the knife. They said that he's just a knife. He's just raw skill. He's just gonna slice and dice inside.
He's a great bench player. Like somebody bring off the bench for that second team. Great person to have.
Mm-hmm.
Nice
I like
shot.
that inside bump by Sebron to create space. I wish he would have got a little bit closer to get inside the defender. That was really good by number 2 of the Warriors to hold
See,
his ground and not allow him to get inside, force a tough shot.
They got another foul.
Of course.
So the ref that was calling the foul before, he's the sideline ref now, the back and forth ref.
Oh, they switched him around.
They switched.
So how does the refing work? Are these guys that are like trying to become NBA refs? Like is it something like that?
If it's anything like football, more than likely these guys they get looked at. This stuff all gets looked at, gets graded for them to be able to be in the NBA.
I got you.
That's how I know. That's how refs for college and high school.
How that works?
Because you have to graduate from high school to college, and then graduate from high school to the pros, and it's based off your numbers, based off the number of games, based off your good calls, your bad calls. All that stuff comes into play.
Great spin move by Dyson to get inside.
Now that's actually that's
draw the foul there.
Definitely a foul. Yeah,
definitely a foul.
I didn't.
See, I want to hear this.
Yeah.
They're asking Willie where he thinks Zion is right now. He says he'll be fine, and they look forward to get him on the floor. I mean, he's obviously going to answer like that. You know, I mean, it's just a true test of where he's going to be. You know, I mean, I have high hopes. Like I was reading some things on Twitter. They have one guy that's kind of came out of the woodworks on Twitter that just tweets everything and it's nothing but toxic crap.
We got a
negative.
Couple of Warriors reporters that do that too.
And he came out of nowhere. Yeah, he kind of came out of nowhere. He's just a random follower of the Pels, but he's like, I guess either newer to Twitter or newer to the Pelican spaces and stuff like that. And as a great 3-point shot by the Warriors there. But someone commented and be like, don't get me wrong. I think we have a lot of problems now too, but I'd rather be optimistic than negative about everything. Like, how miserable is that? And that's how I feel with the Zion thing. It's like, I could be negative about it, but I'd rather just be hopeful.
Oh, almost. Pozemski, nice try. Yeah, there's a couple of Warriors beat reporters that are so freaking negative, man. And it's like, dude, like...
Ooh, Hawkins with a nice hesitation and great pass underneath and the and
nice
one.
Concentration to keep the ball going up. And some of them... It's a couple of them it's funny because when you watch Warriors after game interviews, you can tell that the Warriors, them players do read a lot of articles. They read a lot because they see who's the toxic people on Twitter. And a lot of times the way they respond to them, like I've seen Dre and even Clay, like the way they'll get the question from the person, they'll either like laugh at first, like they just, because like they'll be like, I know on Twitter you just said this about me, and now you're trying to answer this question, trying to catch me up. So don't. Yeah.
Right. And they should call him out like that, and they shouldn't get in trouble by it either, because it's a toxic thing, man. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't be hard on your team. Like, I mean, I get it. I get the fans' opinion. Yeah. Like, we pay all this money to go to games. We pay for different streaming services to be able to watch them, and like we do all these different things. So it's okay to be critical and try to hold them to a certain standard, but like, don't blatantly try and degrade the players on your team, man. Actually, I just saw not to bring up LeBron, we're not this type of channel for those that are new to us, but like LeBron just got interviewed recently, and they were talking about his decision interview when he decided to go to Miami, and he was talking about how people were saying that he was selfish and all this, and he was like, that's just like opposite of it. He's like, I read everything on Twitter and Facebook and whatever talking about me, and like he's like, I just wanted everyone to love me. And he's like, but I came to the realization that I wanted people that would love me is if I won championships. Because if not, they're going to keep disrespecting me. But then when I switched, because I thought that was the best decision, everybody hated me. He said it took a toll on him. He said it was hard for him to read, do things and talk to his family, talk to his wife, his kids, and all that stuff during that time. And it's like, I bet so.
I think, honestly, from the decision to the first season in Miami, LeBron tried to be the villain of the NBA, and it didn't work out for him because that's not him in his head. That's not him. You know what I'm saying? He tried to be the villain, and he couldn't work. You're not Darth Vader. That's not your skill set. That's not your skill set.
No. That's the worst thing you do is try to be something that you're not, man. Embrace your strengths and regress from it, and work on your negatives. Like, but embrace your strengths. That's what it comes. That's where you're gonna find the best version of yourself. That's just with anything, with career, basketball, sports, whatever. You find what
Lester
you're really
with
good at, and then you
3.
work on it and you grind at it.
And that's why I think
it was Deion Sanders that I heard recently that had an interview, and he's like, the thing is, he said, I believe everybody in the world is talented at something. It's just going out there and finding it.
Finding out what
Don't
it is,
get held up on wanting to be so great on one thing, even though you aren't great at it, or you don't have the genetic build or whatever it is to be able to do that. He goes, I can't be no goddamn doctor, but maybe I want to be, but I can't be.
Lester with another 3.
It's Lester letting them reign right now, extend that lead out to 5.
But but it's truth though. That's the reason why I think certain players in different sports, when they try to be the villain, is the reason why they don't have good careers. Because you're so busy trying.
Spin move by Brooks.
You're so busy trying to be the bad guy in the league, whatever that league is. Your effort and your strength and your energy is put into that. So then you get the negative energy back. And the world is built on karma. You know what I'm saying? Everything's built on karma, and it's physics. You put all this negativity, it's going to come back to you 2 times.
Right. And the thing is, if you're not truly the villain,
if it's not, you
can't truly take what comes with being a villain. The mental warfare that it takes to be a villain. I'm with you. I'm with you on that 100%.
That's why I think Trae Young has not had a successful career so far. He's trying to be the villain so bad.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be the villain. He wants to be able to hit that 3 and do the bow in the opposing team's crowd. It's like, stop, bro. That's not you. Just be you.
They're having makeup calls on the other side. Now they call a charge there on Dyson Daniels, where Quinones was definitely not in position that time.
He definitely was. He wasn't set.
No, it wasn't set at all. That honestly, that shouldn't be a blocking. That should just be no foul.
Yeah.
He just fell.
There's going to be a quick foul. And the quick foul is called by the referee that was calling the quick fouls on the other end before. He calls it on Hawkins.
Is he well, no, never mind. I was trying to see if he was just playing the whatever defensive side for one team or offensive side for the other team. It looks like they switched him out again.
I know.
I'll tell you what, number 2 has got a lot of hustle to him, man.
Yeah.
He maybe a little too aggressive at times, but
yeah, but Podzimski, he's definitely got a quick step. So I'm looking forward to see how he progresses. I watched a video on YouTube of him. He went to a run, and it wasn't like really like no crazy players there, but like him and like one other player. And he lit them up for like 15 3-pointers. I was like, God damn. So that's why I was like, I want to see him progress fast.
I feel you. The way I'm looking at him right now is that he's trying to force himself to be good instead of just being good.
He's definitely being impatient.
He's being so aggressive to try and get to the cup. Yeah, he's being a little impatient. Slow it down. Take a breath, man, because you could tell he's talented by the way he dribbles and moves. Great defense by 41. My goodness, Collins. Lock it down, Hawkins. Dyson's going to get the loose ball. Go ahead and get the scoop. They're going to call a blocking foul on this one. And he said, I don't care if this is summer league. Give me a review. That's not a block. That's not a blocking foul. That's a charge. And I think he's right on this one. Pachinski's not trying to play with him. Oh, nope. He just left his foot.
Yeah, he kind of left
his foot.
Yeah.
That was a charge. He just left his foot.
Yeah.
He needs to be trained by who's that? Isn't Iguodala really good at getting charges? Let him work with Iguodala.
Oh yeah, Iguodala's really good at that. Jantunen, who's the one who got the foul.
Said Dyson struggling from field. He's 3 of 11. Does have 8 points, 9 boards, and I think they said 4 assists. Is that what I just saw? 4 assists, yeah. Trying to work his way to a weak triple double, but I mean, I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
he's trying to force threes. You can tell that that's part of the game plan for the Pelicans is wanting to have him try to develop his 3-point shooting.
Threes.
The only thing that I hope with that is that they try not to force him to be something that he's not. Like he gets left open for three because he moves well off ball and gets himself to a good spot to take them. But if that's not him, let him be a step up shooter and go into that mid range. Especially when BI is on the bench, you have him in there. If he can be deadly from mid, then let him be deadly from mid. I mean, he's at 6'8" now, so I mean he's taller than most guards and he's playing point guard.
Yeah.
He's going to be around the same height as a lot of small forwards. So that's a shot that he could probably work on and actually elevate his game.
Well, I definitely hear what you're saying, like not trying to make him be something he's not. But the unfortunate part is the league now is a 3-point shooting teams. And the one thing we always talked about with the Pelicans is that they lacked outside shooting. They have shooters. They just lacked outside shooting. So the fact that they're pushing him.
They only have one outside shooter, which is Trey. That's the only one that can consistently make them. BI can make them every now and then, but he chooses not to take them. They don't want him to be beyond that 3-point line. They don't want him sitting in the background.
Oh, that's old boy. I haven't seen him in a minute.
About that.
I used to watch him on Instagram.
Number 7 for the Nuggets?
He's like one of those. He's one of those kids that you used to watch, like how I used to watch Zion. But I didn't see him in a minute. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was one of those kids that everybody thought was going to be that dude going to the pros eventually. Oh, GP there too.
Oh, yeah.
He came out of nowhere.
I saw some random thing like on Twitter, just out of nowhere. My Twitter was filled for like 2 days of women obsessing over GP, and I was like, "Why is this on my feed?" I was
really?
Like, "How am I getting 2 days of GP obsession right now?" Like, I'm like, okay, like it's a good looking dude and all, but like why is this on my feed?
They like his bounce.
GP, go your vacation. Damn, bro. They like something apparently. Oh, man. None of my concern, but like, damn, I don't need my Twitter filter. Hawkins going to get trapped in the corner and he's going to lose the ball. This is one thing that I've seen from Hawkins a lot so far. When he gets double teamed, he kind of collapses. Also, Non, if you didn't know, Hawkins is, I don't know if he's cousins or if he's just real good friends and they call each other cousins with Angel Reese.
Really? That's
yep. She was after she won her championship in her interview, she said, "Now I need my cousin Jordan to go win his," and he did.
That's cool.
I believe they're both from the same town, and I think they live near each other. And they grew up playing and hanging out and stuff like that.
That's cool.
I think Hawkins actually talked about how when he was younger, before he hit his growth spurt, that Angel Reese actually used to put it on him. He couldn't be
because she was so much taller.
Because she was so much taller than him. Yeah,
she is pretty tall. She's pretty tall.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely I follow some of her like fan pages because the fan pages always get the best stuff on players. And I seen an interview with her and another player from the team, and they asked her why she didn't declare for the WNBA, and she was like, "Well, honestly."
I made more money.
she was like, the NIL just treat me too nice right now. Let's be honest with you. She was like, I know what they make in WNBA.
Yeah.
No shot with a blocking foul on Lester Canones on Liddell. But they're gonna check for the clock. If the clock expired, they can't call a foul.
I think it might have expired already. Yeah, I think it might have expired already. Let's see. Here comes the contact. No, there should be 0.3 seconds, but I mean, it's not enough to get a shot off, so it really don't matter. I think, isn't it like, it shows 0.2, I think is what I saw.
Yeah, 0.2. But they gave him an extra point. They gave him an extra 1/100 of a second, so 0.3.
We'll wait till halftime. We'll talk about it. I got a topic that just was released today. I'm gonna send you a link if you want to pull it up on screen. If you want to pull the image up on screen, so we can look over it during halftime. Let me find it.
So he's getting an opportunity to shoot.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you this. Can you do either like a website share or whatever, and crop it the way you need to, and then we can like slide through the different pictures and
I
talk
gotta
about it.
go to a different
I sent you
page to do it. So
on Inst. Okay, I sent to you on Instagram. I mean, I can send you just a picture of the tournament thing if you'd rather do that. Let's see. I'll screenshot and just send it to you. Let me just.
but I mean,
let me
regardless,
edit it.
I gotta put this on a different page. So regardless, it don't matter.
Okay.
I just gotta make sure nothing pops up because I'm
Yeah. No, I feel you. I'll send you the I'll see the image too, just in case if you'd rather do it that way.
Oh, you talking about this? Yeah.
The first one just has like a more in detailed like explanation of everything. So Liddell was able to shoot. They gave him 0.5 seconds, so he made both free throws, making it 44-51. And that's going to end the second quarter, but he nails the full court shot. Oh my goodness, off the board. Too bad it didn't count. I feel like they should just count it anyway. Lester Quinones, the guy that Nine has been really high on. He's shooting 5 for 8 right now. It's 16 big ones. So just looking at some halftime stats while Nan is getting this all pulled up here. For the Pelicans, Dyson Daniels leading the scores with just 9 points, shooting poorly. He's 3 for 11 for the field, 1 for 6 from 3, 2 of 4 from the free throw line. Does have 9 rebounds and 4 assists and 1 steal. Hawkins started off going 2 for 3, but missed 2 straight shots, has just 4 points. Off the bench, Brooks put in some work. He's 2 for 2 from the field, has 6 points. I think both of his shots were and ones. So he was able to knock down a couple of free throws to go along with those buckets. For Golden State, Lester Quinones, man, he's letting them rain. He's fitting the Golden State Warriors mentality. Shoot it from 3 and shoot it from 3 good. He's 4 for 6 from 3 right now, 5 for 8 overall, has 16 points, 2 assists, and 2 boards to go along with it. Santos, 9 points and a lot of great hustle plays with Santos. He has 1 steal, 2 boards. And then our boy, who was it? Was it the center? It wasn't Santos. Jay Johnson. Jay Johnson is a hustler.
Johnson's hustler. He's hustling.
Man, he's a hustler. He only has two boards and 3 points, but man, the hustle work that he's done, he does need to work on setting his screens the proper way.
Yeah,
He's gotten called a couple times on illegal screens, moving picks. But other than that, he's been moving around pretty well. Off the bench, 10 points for Jantanunen. 40, shooting 2 for 2, 6 for 6 from the line, has 4 rebounds to go along with that. So good little game, good little good perspective to seeing what players will be coming into the league soon, and what guys are going to make it into that roster or get a 2-way contract throughout the season. Las Vegas. Okay, Trigger Trey, bro. Trigger Trey's been on TV so much lately. I just want to hear what Trey says real fast. When we drafted Trey, he was 6'7", I believe. He's now 6'11".
Oh, yeah?
That's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Is he 6'7" or 6'8"? Last year he did what only a few players did, which was shoot. He shot, what was it, 90% from free throw line, 60% from the field, and I think 40 from from free throw. 40% from 3-point line.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You can tell ESPN's trying to push him. They got all those players there, but Trey has been interviewed a whole bunch lately. But let me go ahead and mute this real quick. That way I can pay attention because I'm going to keep hearing it and I'm going to keep listening. But so have you read this? I'm assuming you've kind of looked at the in-season tournaments. What's your initial thoughts on all this?
I've seen the post about it, and I've seen like a little short video, but I didn't look into it. I just know it's just another way from trying to sell tickets, basically. I think when it comes to,
I think it's a way to sell. It's a way to sell tickets, but it's all a part of the regular season. So it's still planned out into your regular season games, except for one game. There's one extra game that does not go towards the regular season, and that is the championship game.
Which I understand that. It's one of those things where, especially when it comes to pros, like the in-season tournaments for NBA or NFL, I don't necessarily like them because I don't want players focused on that when they should be focused on the real title. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I don't really know what they want to achieve with this. It was just more viewership. More viewership at those times, more seats in certain games. You know, that's
what it is. It realistically, the whole point of this is that, you know, your NBA fans are going to watch every NBA game regardless. Your NFL fans really start watching the NBA once the NFL season ends. I mean, because that's when it starts picking up. You know, right around after the All-Star break is when things start really getting deep and heavy. And this is trying to get their attention earlier on and give them something to fight for and get people to watch and try and pull some views away from NFL fans and be like, hey, we're on 2 right now. We're on 2.
Yeah, but I mean,
so like it says right here, we have the group draw. All 30 teams are divided into 6 groups of 5 teams. Groups are determined by draw based on prior season regular season records. So this has already been predetermined. I'm not sure if this list actually has it.
I see it on Twitter.
Did I send the breakup to you? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, so right now, in the West, there's 3 groups in the West. There's 3 groups in the East. West A is going to consist of the Memphis Grizzlies, the Phoenix Suns, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Utah Jazz, and the Portland Trailblazers. West B is going to be the reigning champions, Denver Nuggets, LA Clippers, New Orleans Pelicans, Dallas Mavericks, and Houston Rockets. And over at West C, we have the Kings, Golden State, Timberwolves, OKC, and Spurs. For the Eastern side, East A, 76ers, Cleveland, Hawks, Pacers, Pistons. East B, Bucks, Knicks, Heat, Wizards, Hornets. And East C, we had the Celtics, the Nets, the Raptors, the Bulls, and the Wizards. I'm sorry, not the Wizards, but the Magics. And basically the way it's going to work, each team is going to play each other twice. It's going to be, and then I think they take it as the best record moves forward, and it's going to lower down. I think it explains it on the next slide if you want to pull over. Yeah, so it says tournament nights will take place every Tuesday and Friday from November 3/28, with the exception of Election Day on November 11th. Each team plays the 4 teams in its group. Yes, November 7th. Sorry. Each team plays the 4 team in its group once, 2 home and 2 away. All tournament games will count towards the regular standings except for the championship. So I don't mind it as much, mainly because I don't think it actually interferes with the regular season that much, because they're playing on Mondays and Fridays, so they're still playing another team in between. So, like, it's not like this is just stopping the regular season completely, and it's like, okay, you're going to play this team, that team, this team, that team, this team, that team, and then that's it, and tournament time. It's broken into the season, so some guys are still going to play 2, maybe 3 other games a week that aren't involved with this tournament, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I definitely, like I said, I understand it. I know the bigger objective of this is so during this late little part of the season where players are taking their time off of games, this is what is trying to prevent that, which is like the problem with that is now that the players are gonna have to play the time that they normally would be taking breaks or certain parts of the season. LeBron's gonna take certain breaks, Steph, whoever, what I'm saying, whoever's gonna take their breaks. Now they have to play towards this championship, which my thing is for me.
Yeah.
I don't want them to even focus on that. My title's in the season. I don't care about this title.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I think a lot of like older players, and stuff like that, like your KD, your Giannis, your LeBrons and stuff like that, your Stephs, they aren't going to really be worried about this tournament. They're going to play how they want to play regardless. I'm sure there's going to be a money incentive to try and get this thing going, to try and get them to keep playing. But your veterans and your stars are going to be like, yeah, this is just another day. They're not worried about it. If they get there, they get there. If not, they don't. I mean, shoot, some players that they feel like they make the championship, they're having to play an extra game. They might not be like, I don't even really know if I want to be in this. So like, I'm really waiting to hear what other players have to say about this new edition, because the whole setup of the tournament doesn't sound bad to me, but it's the execution that I'm a little bit worried about. But I am excited to just have something to fight for in the middle of the season. I mean, this is the quarter mark, and then you'll have 2 months, and then you go into All-Star break, and then you have 2 months, and you go into finals.
Yeah, like I said, I do understand, but I don't know, especially knowing that that championship game doesn't really go to anything. Now, what happens if a player gets injured in a championship game? Like, you play for a game that doesn't count towards anything,
right?
And you get injured. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like you got injured for no reason. That's how it feels.
And so yeah, I understand that. And the quarterfinals will take place December 4th through 5th at the home city of the hired seed. Quarterfinal consists of 3 group winners and 1 wild card. So whoever's the winner out of the group continues to fight in the tournament, and then 1 wild card spot will fill in the gap. Semis will take place on December 7th, and this seems like it's all like just kind of back to back. Obviously, the winner of those. It looks like these games are going to take place all in Las Vegas. So it's another something of trying to just get more sports involved in Las Vegas. Even though they said years ago they would never do it, but now they're forcing it down our throat. Now that betting's a thing. If you scroll over to, it says what's at stakes. Teams will be competing for the all-new NBA Cup League honors. At the conclusion of the tournament, the NBA will name the most valuable player of the in-season tournament, the all-tournament team. A prize pool will be allocated to the players on teams that participate in the knockout rounds, which we expected. And then the championship takes place on December 9th. So it's it's basically regular season up until December, and then we kind of go from there.
It's funny because I was watching Gilbert Arenas the other day, and he said they were talking about how they have the new the Eastern Conference MVP, the Western Conference MVP, and now they have this where they have more awards are given out, and it feels like I used to coach sports. And the sports level I used to coach at, they used to give everybody a title. Everybody got a trophy at the end. Everybody got an award. That's kind of what this is. What the NBA is starting to feel like they're starting to do is like, oh, we're going to give out more awards to make people feel more special. If you don't win a title, then you don't win a title.
You know what, dude? You've got a really good point on that, man. It's like, because actually, I'm gonna share one story, and then we are back into the second half now with the Warriors and Pelicans and for the summer league game 2 for both teams. But so my cousin, my nephew, my godson, he played baseball this year, but he didn't finish the season off. He got tired. He's not really a sports kid, even though he's pretty good, but he just doesn't enjoy it. And so they had their award ceremony, and the coach called my cousin and was like, hey, like, we have the award ceremony at this time. If you want to come over. He goes, oh yeah, we're not going to be there. He's like, oh, okay, no problem. Do you want me to ship the trophy over to you? He goes, no. He said, my son's not getting a trophy. And he's like, well, what do you mean? He goes, he didn't complete it. He said, I told him that if he quit, he wasn't getting a trophy. He's not just going to be given whatever he wants just because he took part of it for a
participation trophy. Yeah.
He said he's got to finish it out. He said, he's like, I don't believe in that nonsense of just awarding everybody for every little thing. He's like, either you stay and complete something, or you don't, and you don't get to see the reward from it if you don't.
I agree.
The coach was like, damn, he's like, you're the first person that ever said that to me. And it's like, that's how it should be. That's how we were raised, and that's how it still should be now.
Yeah. And when I coached, I had a few parents who they felt the same way. They felt the same way, but then like one parent would feel that way, the other parent would be like, no, well, little Timmy needs his award. For what? We did not win anything.
For what?
We technically came in fourth in the season. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no award given for fourth.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and not get into it, but I mean, it's part of the soft culture, like where you deserve things, and it's
I just don't like that.
Earn your way through, man. You got to earn your way through life. You should earn your way through, and little things like that too. I'm not saying you shouldn't get a little something, whatever you played in your first thing, whatever. But like, don't take the cheap way out. They try to go a deep alley-oop pass right there. That was almost insane. But let's go ahead and we'll get back to the game here. I'm gonna go ahead and run to the restroom real quick, Nan. So I'll be back in a second.
Dyson Daniels gonna bring the rock down after the long alley hoop that goes out of bounds to Keith Santos. Nice little drive. Gets the circus shot to drop, but no foul call by the Pelicans. Davis to Santos to Quinones. Quinones step back three. No good. Pelicans, nice little drive. He went for the same shot for Sebring. Sebring did the same shot again. Doesn't get it to drop this time, but does get the foul call.
Just one more thing, because I just remember this as I was using the restroom on that topic. I remember whenever I was playing, it was my first year playing competitive soccer with my club team. We were, I think, U14, so we're like 13, 14 years old. And we went to this tournament, and we played really well, but we lost in the championship. And we played bad. Like our whole team played bad. We didn't play up to our standard. And they have an award ceremony, and we all got, second place medals and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So when they announced us to come grab our medals, our coach went up there. And it wasn't the coaches that did this. It was us, the players. The coach went up there and started naming out, people to come up and get the awards, and we didn't stand up. And he's like, "Hey guys, are y'all coming?" We're like, "No." We said, "We don't celebrate second places," is what we told our coach. And when I'm telling you, all the parents looked at us in like almost like some were disgust, some were like proud. And it was like, and that's when we knew that we were going to be a good team, and we ended up winning the state championship that year. It's like, we held ourselves to a standard. We're like, we don't want a second place trophy. What the hell is that for us? We don't accept second place and try to be happy about it. You keep it. And we left them there. We left them there.
Yeah. We had a stoppage off of the Sebring charge. So Pelican will take a full timeout. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I enjoyed coaching, and we coached them tough, you know what I'm saying? And this first group of kids we coached, they were so young that they didn't understand. They wanted their award. But our second and third group, they were much older, a couple years older. And even though they got them, they really didn't want them. But because they pay to be in the program, we have to give it to them. We can't take it back. You know what I'm saying? But that second and third group that we coached for the boys, I was glad to see that they feel like, okay, we didn't really earn this one. The third group, because we don't have a championship, but we end up being, it was my team, me and my homeboys team, and it was one of the team we played at the end of the season. We're the only two undefeated teams, and we beat them. We beat them on the last minute shot. So technically, we're champions for the division, and that's how everybody talked to us. But of course, the people that run the event, there's no champions here. Everybody, and they were like, no, they obviously they're undefeated. No, they didn't lose to nobody. No, yeah. They're champions. All the coaches like, we hate that.
And see, and that's the respect from the other coaches too. Like the other coaches gotta be like, no, they won. Like, no, they get the award. They won. They are champions. Don't lie to us now. Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree with all that. Like I said, I mean, up until a certain age, I don't know what that age is, but I mean, I would think sometime around when you start turning, nine,
Yeah, it's around 9, 10,
9,
11. Yeah,
10, something like that, to where you start feeling like you need to earn things and not just be given them. Because if you think you're going to be given stuff, life's going to be really, really
yeah,
hard for you.
yeah,
It's going to be really tough for you,
yeah.
man. Jose in the
Pelicans are
building.
challenging the last
Jose,
call.
Jose,
I'm gonna use the
Jose,
restaurant. Be
Jose.
right back.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so Pelicans are challenging the charge call. We're speaking on the mic with Jose Alvarado. Jose for me was kind of like a cool experience of watching him play. Like we were in the stadium that first game whenever they started cheering the Jose, 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 cheering throughout the thing. This is a guy that one defensive player of the year was overlooked, was an undrafted free agent, and comes in the league and just makes a staple into New Orleans to where he has a crowd of 30,000 people all cheering his name. Then soon after that, he got a big time or a bigger deal from New Orleans, signifying his spot in the roster. Got pulled for the Puerto Rico's his nationality team, his nation's team, and Puerto Rico's Olympic team. So it's really cool to watch, man. So they are going to go ahead and revert the foul to a blocking instead of a charge. So Sebron's going to come up to shoot two. New Orleans right now down by 5, 55-50. We'll have the score updated in a second. Sebron's going to miss the first. He will knock down one. So now with the Warriors bringing the ball back up, scores 51-55. Drive and kick out. Ball almost gets loose. Hawkins on the defense. Driving inside for the short floater, but great rebound by number 2. Let me pull the names back up that way I don't mess it up. But Zimski. Sebron on the move. He's going to go ahead and pull from 3. No good. Rebound by Hawkins. Going to get underneath and get the reverse layup. All right, Hawkins not shooting well tonight, but getting up underneath and finishing. Jay Johnson with the ball. He's going to go ahead and shoot a deep 3 and drains it. Great shot, 58-53. Ball game worked over to Sebron. Sebron out to Dyson Daniels. They're going to give him a lot of space. He's going to go ahead and shoot the 3. Leaves it short. Great drive and kick. Extra pass to the wide open man. Knocks down another as back-to-back threes for the Golden State Warriors. 61-53. Not in the building. Dyson dribbling, working the ball over to Hawkins. Hawkins is going to pull just too long. Warriors all battling for the rebound. It's just y'all down there, boys. Podziemski hands it over to Jay Johnson. Number 25 with it now, guarded by Dyson Daniels. Dyson is gonna go ahead and shoot the 3. No good. Sebron's gonna get the rebound. He's looking to push it up court. He's gonna drive straight to the cup for the 2-hand slam, keeping it simple. Jose getting excited. It's like keeping it smooth. Good look for Johnson. No good on the 3, though. Hawkins going to get the board, pass up to Dyson. Dyson driving inside, kicks out to Sebron. Sebron around 2 defenders, gets the left-hand scoop layup. And this is something that I would like to see Dyson develop. If you can't score highly efficiently, get other players the opportunity to put one in. But Podziemski, no good for the 3-point shot. Dyson with the rebound, up court pass to Hawkins. Hawkins around 1, can't get the finish. But Brooks going to get the putback. They're going to call a loose ball foul. BI on FaceTime. Jose just asked Bi on who's on FaceTime with Najee right now how many points he's gonna give him on Team USA, and Jose said 0. Like I said earlier, Jose is gonna be playing for Team Puerto Rico this year. Hawkins pulls for 3, and finally we get to see that quick trigger of his drop in, and that's gonna force Golden State to call a timeout as New Orleans takes a lead by 1. That's going to be a fun game to watch. Maybe that'll be something. I don't know if we'll be able to stream it. I'll try to. We'll see if Non's available to do it. But I think it'd be fun to watch them two kind of go at it because I'm sure it'll be fun.
What's that?
Puerto Rico versus USA. BI versus Jose Alvarado.
BI he can't get the ball stolen from Jose. Or
he can. He'll never forget it. You'll never forget it, bro. He's gonna get Christmas cards reminding him of it.
Like, remember that game when I stole the ball from you, like I do everybody else?
Yeah, man. I saw a lot of people talking crap about our USA team this year. I mean, obviously, we don't have the superstars. It's obviously not the best players that we have in the league. But to say that it's not a good team
so I don't know everybody's
it's kind of off, man. Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. So let's see. The Angel Reese is playing on the women's basketball. The women's basketball team is actually pretty nice. Like
the women's team, they might run the show on them. I seen the women's team. Yeah,
they're gonna have some trouble.
They beat some team like 130 to like 70. I was like, God damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their team is nasty. So
what's good, Junior?
So looking at the squad right now for the USA
from Brazil. Go Pelicans!
Junior.
Welcome, Junior Sousa.
What's good, fam? What part of Brazil are you from, Junior? My dad went to Rio de Brazil for a World Series of Poker tournament, like 15 years ago or something like that. Now he still owes me a trip. Dad, I know you pop in here every now and then. You still owe me a trip to Brazil, because I helped him win that tournament that he needed to get the free ticket to the show. So he owes me a trip,
man.
But welcome, man. Welcome. We had a couple guys from Brazil here, man. Are you coming here to support? To support Santos?
He's from Rio de Janeiro.
Rio? Oh, you from Rio as well? Man, that's awesome, man.
By Santos.
Well, I appreciate you for stopping by.
Rebound Pelicans. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I truly appreciate you. It's gonna be a foul call.
So right now, our team is Paulo Banchero.
Okay.
Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Halliburton, Josh Hart, Brandon Ingram, Jaren Jackson Jr., Cam Johnson, Walt Kessler, Bobby Portis, and Austin Reeves. And head coaches are Steve Kerr, Spoelstra, and Tyronn Lue.
So they got three.
And Mark Few.
So they got 3 of the best coaches in the NBA right now. To coach
in the NBA, yes.
So they're desperate to win this. They realize the list of players isn't the best, but they're still top tier players.
I mean, when you look at it,
you went got the best coaches in the NBA.
Defensive player of the year, can also score. You got Bi, not a great defender, but he can score when he gets the opportunity. Anthony Edwards is electric and high bouncing like anyone. Jalen Brunson, who came out and had a phenomenal year with the Knicks. Mikal Bridges, probably one of the underrated, bro. I think he's one of the best front court defenders in the whole entire league, man. He really is just phenomenal at it. And then Paulo Banchero, who's a guy that's just underrated because he plays for the Magic. Even coming off his first year, he was nice. If you watched any of the Magic games, you realize how nice he actually is.
Junior says, do you guys think this squad can beat the Europeans? I don't think so. I will say this. I think they can. There won't be any blowout type games with this crew. And it depends on who is allowed to lead this team. Who's going to lead this team? That's the question.
That's very true.
I think it should be Anthony Edwards, Brunson.
You know what? Now that you
I definitely think Anthony Edwards,
I'd say those two.
Brunson,
I think it's those two.
Brandon. I think those are your three offensive leaders for that team. Mikal Bridges,
I mean,
defensive stoppers.
Brand's not a guy that's gonna try and take the light on, right? You know, he's just it'll be given to him, but he's not gonna be one that's gonna go out there and it's just gonna be like, I want to be the main show. If it goes his way, then he's cool. Hey,
Thank
Junior,
you for subbing, man.
Subscription, man. Much love.
That's why I say I think Anthony Edwards and Brunson.
I think Brunson and Edwards. Yeah, and Edwards is my front runner for that.
Oh, almost with the putback.
But the European squads are nice now, and especially because they play in FIBA rules, which is different for the NBA. That's why the NBA struggles, and have struggled in previous years, is because the rule is just it's hard for them to comprehend and hard for them to adjust. I mean, you learn to play one way for so long, flip, and then you have to play a different way, and you struggle. Now we're listening to Mr. Steph Curry. I think they just said he was playing golf.
Yeah.
Because he's about to go play a golf tournament. It's coming up. Yeah, so he was playing golf today.
He has a, just like he does the Under Armour for the underrated for the boys and girls, he does that for golf too now. So for minorities. Oh, cool. Yeah, so he has a whole thing for trying to get, black and brown kids who play golf in different cities, trying to get them exposure. Now he has a whole golf thing just for that.
Hey, that's awesome. Man.
Yeah, I think that's fire.
So awesome. I mean, dude, Steph is gonna go down. Is like everybody appreciates him right now, but because of when he came in of the Kobe and the Kobe passing, and then like the LeBron and stuff like that, where some people still underappreciate him and like really what he does for the culture, for the game, and just for athletes all around, man. He's a true athlete of sportsmanship and what he does by his voice of being a figure in the world.
That's why I reposted a post from Stephen A. and I thought what he said, I was on board with him 100%. Normally it's like, okay, I'm on there with him 50%, 60%, but this time it was 100%. He talked about if Steph wins a fifth title, 3 against LeBron, and he has the only unanimous MVP, but has a second MVP. But when he didn't join KD, KD joined him, and KD still hasn't been able to win one after him. You have to put him in the conversation. You have to put him in the conversation then.
I think this is actually a really good question for Junior. Junior, I mean, what is your thoughts on that? I mean, you're a guy that's watching basketball from another country, from South America.
Yeah, another perspective.
I mean, what's your thoughts on how you see some of these superstars and like what they do in the community and what they do for the game of basketball? Like, what's your thoughts on that? Who is your GOAT? Who is your GOAT?
Quinones makes both free throws. 54 seconds left on the clock in the third quarter. Great smothering defense.
Great. First off, 41's defense has been absolutely phenomenal. I'd almost argue that the defense by this summer league team is almost better than y'all's starting defense. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. They play some great defense.
I would say right now you are correct because we play bad. Our defense was not good last season, and it definitely was not.
Junior says, I think Steph changed the game forever. Oh, he for sure changed the game
100%. 100%.
We're finally starting to see it, like the mid-range starting to get appreciated a little bit more. But like, man, the way he shoots the three, everybody's looking for someone that can do that now. It's now such a part of the game. Why put up 2 when you could put up 3? I make 2 shots, you have to make 3 of them. Like it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Slim says, damn, all these whistles. Yeah, the whistles have been flying, man. These,
I'll tell you what. I think that's a summer league thing too for the league.
Yeah.
I think it's a summer league thing to get the players kind of used to that atmosphere. And like I said, these refs are prepping to try to get to the league.
Junior says, I think I like Braun at all. I think like Braun at all. My GOAT is Kevin. Is Kevin?
That's interesting.
Kevin Durant. Okay, interesting. Okay,
yeah, that's interesting.
Right. I think Kevin Durant is one of the players that is but really has the best skill set out of, closest to like Jordan and Kobe. But
Mhm.
just I don't know why he just struggles to get championships. I think part of it is because of the bouncing around teams of never being able to settle in and actually find someone. Because when he played with Golden State with a coach and a team that already had a
Foundation.
what's the word I'm looking for?
A
A
set foundation.
foundation.
Yeah.
Yes, he already had a set foundation. He came into there, and then you can see where his talents can be enlightened.
Yeah.
He goes to these different teams. Well, they're getting different coaches. They're still trying to find their way. Most of the time when you get a new head coach, your team ain't good for at least 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
Like, and he
Very
doesn't
true.
give that time for that to develop. He wants instant result just because of the players. And I think that shows more and more how important good coaching, good general management, and all that stuff actually comes into play as championships. Everybody looks at the players, but coaches have a big role in how all that stuff works. You don't like Bron at all. That I figured that's what you meant. You're good,
Yeah.
Junior.
So, Junior, I'm not sure if you noticed on our page, Canona's tried with the last minute floater, no good. 76-7 is the current score. No foul, no whistle. But if you notice, if you get a chance, Junior, go ahead and check out our page. We have a lot of content from sports from all around the world. So, I hope you feel comfortable. And like I said, just check out the content. We have a lot of edited content, a little bit of everything. I just, I definitely think also
Yeah,
to
because I know
piggyback
Brazil is big. Brazil is big
soccer,
soccer
and basketball
and are
and
they big
baseball.
is basketball? I wasn't sure if it was basketball. I'll say I thought they had a good baseball team as well. I got you. Yeah, check it out,
Basketball,
man. If we are always looking,
mm-hmm.
we're
Go ahead.
always looking for different big events from all around the world, different sporting events, whether it's car racing or a new sport that we never watched that we want to check out. So if you know a cool sport that you think we'd like, please send it to us. We'd love to check it out.
Yeah, you said soccer and basketball. Yeah, I
Uh
know. I know they have a big
Soccer basketball,
basketball love of basketball in Brazil. Because some of the courts
yeah.
you've seen, if you remember on NBA Jam, some of those courts they were saying, oh, those are like they're in Brazil. Those are like based off of real courts in Brazil. Like the one that I don't know if you remember the one where you,
Oh no, yes. Oh, I
yeah,
know what you're talking about. I
remember the one that's
forgot
like
about that.
the
Dude,
one
you
that you
like
play on
unlocked a
it.
memory in my head,
That's in
man.
the middle of like the neighborhood. That's a real court. Because
Yeah.
and one
That's a real
played
court.
they played
That's
on there, and
crazy.
one played on that court.
Didn't Kobe go to Brazil and played in a game?
I would
He
say
went somewhere
yes.
international and
I
played
know
in a pickup game.
he played
I
in a
thought it was
few.
Brazil. I could be wrong though. It was a few.
No, Brazil, we don't play baseball
He
at all.
also said,
We
"Oh,
don't
okay,
have.
it's not baseball. I'm thinking of Dominicans then.
Pitches.
I'm thinking of
Yeah,
Dominicans then.
yeah. I think of
Junior,
Dominican
that's
too.
my fault, man.
Oscar Smith is the player who has more
He
points in
does say
history.
that he does. Say that one more time. Okay,
I was reading what Junior said. The last one he said Oscar Smith is the player who has more points in history. Let me see.
Oh wow.
He didn't play. He
He
came with
also says
Nike.
he does love what Giannis and Jokic are doing. Same.
Okay, he said
Junior.
he came with. Okay.
Jokic is growing on me.
Oh, okay.
Jokic is growing on me. I wasn't really a fan of his game in the very beginning, but since he kind of dropped the weight a little bit and is like this year, like really turned me into a bit of a Jokic fan. I'm not going to stand him or anything like that, but I appreciate his game a lot more after this past
I
season
definitely did too.
before he won the championship. I'm talking about leading up to the playoffs. I was like, okay, he saw a problem in his game. He fixed it. And I was like, damn, I was like, this dude really is that guy, man. He is truly a 3-time MVP, should be 4-time. Yeah, it's fine, Junior. You come in here. I've actually, man, my favorite soccer player of all time is Ronaldinho. Like I'm talking, I obsessed over Ronaldinho whenever I used to play. I didn't have nowhere near the footwork like he had. I played left back, but I used to watch his highlights and his interviews and all kind of stuff like that. I would get them translated. I love watching Ronaldinho play. He just had love for the game he played, man. It made it so fun to watch.
Quinones hit Davis.
He don't play. He came with Nike to a camp. Oh, that's what it was. He came to Nike. Okay, that's what it was.
Nice passing from Davis to the center. I always say his name bad. I'm badger his name. Oh, that's Johnson. Johnson
All
and
right,
Jacinto look similar.
Junior, I got a question for you. Pele or Maradona? Pele or Maradona? What you think, man? Junior says, you think Zion is a bust? I don't want to call him a bust because whenever he does play, he's a top 10 player in the league. Like when he's healthy, he's a top 10 player in the league instantly. I mean, you could probably argue maybe top 15, and like put him back a little bit, but still. But when he's hurt, man, in his health, it sucks, man. It's disappointing. Maradona all day. Okay. I just had to see. I just had to see. I did a project on Pele back in like grade school. I did a project on Pele, and I watched so many videos, looked up so many articles. Man, it made me a super huge like Brazilian soccer fan, Pele fan.
Yeah, I like Pele. I'd always pick and I'd always pick Pele because of the African connection. So I'm always gonna pick him. Like that's just he's somebody.
Yeah.
I remember watching documentaries on him, watching movies about him. Like
you can correlate. You can correlate.
He used to be in TV shows, and so in the 80s, 90s, when soccer was even brought up to us, that's who you think about first. You know what I'm saying? for us,
Pele, yeah, that's crazy. How long ago was that? Are you old enough to been able to watch Pele play? I think that was like 20 years before you.
Yeah, I think he was before me. I watched stuff after he finished playing.
After, yeah.
Let me see.
Junior said that's the problem. He never plays. Yeah, no, that is the problem, man. That's why I wouldn't call him a bust. I wouldn't call him a bust because it's not like he's bad in the NBA. He just can't stay healthy, which is just unfortunate. Like the jokes and stuff with his health and stuff and like his eating and everything like that is like, to me, I look past that because I understand what it takes to be an athlete. Like I've worked with athletes and stuff. I work as a personal trainer. I've worked with a bunch of different people of different levels of from high school to college to pros. And guys like Zion was looked at as the skinny kid whenever he was younger. He put on a lot of weight to be able to compete before he hit his growth spurt whenever he was playing in like younger days of high school, before he became Zion Williamson that we know. And it's hard to change that, especially when you have a foot injury and you can't exercise. You stick with your diet, and he could be a little bit more strict on it and stuff like that. And those things, I get upset with, but at the same time, he's a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. I try to be optimistic side of things.
I definitely agree with you on that. And it's one of those things where I always go back to Gil because I've been watching him more, and I didn't always like his takes, but some of the takes I've been listening to lately have been really good. And I think he said some players, regardless of how good they are, they're not in love with the game. They enjoy what the game brings to them and what it affords them to do, but they're not in love with it to do like LeBron and go work your butt off, to put millions of dollars into your body, to do like Steph, put millions of dollars into your body. And so Zion could be one of those players where he enjoys playing the game. He enjoys what the game affords him to do, but he doesn't like everything about the game. And that's okay for him to feel that way.
I'm going to put something out there. And I really want to know your opinion on it. Just, it a little better than me. So, LeBron, he grew up in more, poverty than anything. Kobe grew up coming from Italy, moving to the States, played a year of high school, whatever, and gets drafted straight to the league. They made great careers, but they struggled to get there. So like, it's part of who they are. It's part of their legacy to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Zion, and I'm not faulting him for this, but he had a good family. Went to a good private school, like had all this, not a lot of things given to him, but had a lot of more opportunity than what some guys that have been brought into the league that were automatically expected to be stars. And now that he's here, do you think it may feel like that he just doesn't appreciate fully where he's at? Like, I don't want to, and I mean that in like the least like bad way possible, because I'm not judging Zion his mentality, but like, do you think that affects him like deep down?
It could be, because it makes me your statement makes me think of Mikey Williams. Mikey Williams is this player that everybody
Okay.
put on this pedestal of being one of the next greats. He's been people have quoted saying Mikey Williams is that next him. And then what happened when ESPN said, well, we like him, but we don't think he's that good of a player. He won this tirade because he thought he should be on a pedestal. And it's like, that's the problem with overtime. Yeah. That's the problem with these smaller organizations on Instagram and YouTube that are doing these sports videos and are hyping up these players.
Hoop Central, House Highlights, all that.
They're hyping up these players, and now these players think they're better than what they are. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and you got to think like put yourself into your young head, your 15 to 18-year-old mind of like whenever someone tells you you're the shit at 18, you think you are the shit. Yeah. And that no one is better than you. You are the best. And then once someone talks bad down to you, and then all of a sudden your whole mentality changes, your confidence changes and stuff like that. Like you're so easily manipulated.
And
Whereas, people like LeBron and Kobe, just using some example, I mean, Kevin Garnett's the same thing. I mean, they fought to where they could be their whole time. They didn't even look at what the positives were being talked to him. I know LeBron claimed himself to be the king and all this stuff, but like they didn't look at themselves as, no, I'm the greatest. They were like, no, I'm gonna prove to you that I'm the greatest, especially Garnett and Kobe.
And Kobe,
they didn't care about the positive things that people said. They cared about the negatives and trying to prove them wrong, not trying to prove the people right that said they were great.
And it's interesting that you picked Garnett and Kobe, because Kobe was the first after them taking away the 18-year-old rule. When Kobe came to the league, he was the first one when they changed the rule again. The last one was Kevin Garnett, and then they stopped the rule, and then it was Kobe. And so when Kobe came, he felt, I saw an interview with him, he felt that the coach at the time was trying not to show favoritism, so he wasn't playing him. So he took that all personal. So that started that chip on the shoulder that we seen him have until he retired. That started that chip, was the fact that the coach wasn't playing him because people felt he was getting favoritism.
Interesting. One thing too, I wonder how, like the beef between Kobe and Shaq, I wonder how much that actually made Kobe a better player too.
Oh,
because how Shaq always would tell him, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Kobe was like, it lit a fire under his ass for the rest of his career that like, no, you're not. I'm better than you. So it was like, he didn't care. It's funny how those little things that probably truly played a part. I mean, unfortunately, we started to get the insight of the relationship between Shaq and Kobe, leading up to the year that he passed. But like how much more that would have came out, because I bet that pushed him to be a better player.
Oh yeah, he said it
because of the comparison with Shaq.
He said he had to prove. He had to prove that he was a better that Lakers didn't make a mistake. They didn't make a mistake when they kept him. And even Shaq has come out and said later, post analysis for Kobe, that he knew that Kobe was the truth. He said, if he wasn't greedy about the money, that's the only reason why they shipped him out. They didn't ship him out because of the beef between him and Kobe. They shipped him out because he didn't want to take a pay cut. That's why they shipped him to Miami. That's why the whole trip, that's why all that happened. He didn't want to take it. He was supposed to get 130 or 125. They asked him if he would take 70 or something like that so they can bring in another person.
That's a big cut.
But at the same time,
and you can't blame Shaq for that. I mean, you're talking about, you could be a legacy, but again, I'll never argue another man about what they decided to do to try and make their money. You know what I mean? I'm not.
He was on was it Up in Smoke or All the Smoke, whatever it's called, the podcast, and he said he wished he would have made a decision to take the lesser money. He said, because I feel like if I took the lesser money, we'd have 7 titles, and I would sit here and say I'd agree.
And I'd agree.
Them two together?
For sure. Yeah. Let's get back to some comments real quick. Junior says, unfortunately, this guy's win so much money too early. They don't have to prove nothing to make that much money. I think that's a mistake. Junior, that's a good point too. I mean, you kind of get the bag. I mean, we see that with athletes all around the world where they get their big contract and then their play dials down. And it's just like how Non said, it's a mindset of like, do you love the game or do you love the reward from it? Like people that love the game, the money is not extra. I mean, obviously they love the money. Everybody wants to fight for their better contract, but like,
yeah, of course.
If you love the game, you care about your game in how you play, not just about what contracts you're going to get next. And when you get money
Yes.
that young, I mean, I couldn't imagine someone to give me $100 million deal when I'm 20 years old. I'd be
Yeah,
acting out
20 years
too.
old, man.
You're still a child.
Yeah.
Your brain ain't developed until, man, my brain's still changing now. I'm 27 years old. Every year I feel like I think differently about different aspects of life. And like you're talking about at 20,
Ooh,
you're getting
nice
paid this
girl.
much.
Oh, he couldn't
You
finish
know
it.
how hard no, I know. You know how hard it has to be not to go and just go to the clubs, go have fun and go do all these things and party and not care about your craft anymore, because now all of a sudden you feel like you made it, but your legacy didn't make it.
And the other part of that is most of those kids that are coming to the league 19, 20, 21, none of us at that age understood finances, understood credit, understood what we should be doing with our money,
No,
understood what we should not
God
be
no.
buying.
My savings
Like,
was like $20 max.
man, I remember my freshman year, I got my first loan check for school, and I got it late, so my school was already paid for. Me and my mother hustling to pay for it, and my dad. That I just had a bank account with $2,300. So what is somebody who
Blew
is
it.
19 years old go do? We went to the bar.
You gonna buy some shoes? You can go to the bar. Exactly, man. I think about that all the time. I mean, like I worked my ass off when I was younger. I worked 2 jobs ever since I was 16. I cut grass and I worked at a pizza joint. After that, I did personal training and worked at a pizza joint. I have no money in my savings. I spent it, and I don't regret it, because like I like to live life like as we go. But like I was probably bringing in $3,000 a month or something like that. And as a kid that had very little responsibilities, I mean, I had car insurance. I didn't have a car note. My parents bought me a car. I was very blessed with that. But I had insurance, and then I just had like my everyday food and eating and stuff like that. And I had no savings account. And it's because of irresponsibility of getting money at that age and not realizing how much I could value it now. Because I'm 27. If I would have just saved 10% of my check, I'd probably have 20 grand in my savings, just chilling. And I don't have
no worries.
Junior,
thank you for stopping by. Man, when you get a chance tomorrow, check out some of our videos and leave some comments. Let us know what you think about the videos. But thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you. And thank you for subscribing. Man, I was just thinking, like, if I could have off of those 2 checks I got, that was like $5,000. If I would have knew at that point that if I could have took that, invested it in an insurance, a regular insurance plan, not a insurance plan they give people now, but a regular insurance plan. You know how much money I could have flipped that to?
I mean, all that stuff. I mean, insurance plan. Shit, start an early retirement plan, all that stuff, and just let that money accumulate.
Well, that's what the insurance would have became, because it's not like you can't collect taxes off of it.
Good
like,
high floater, doesn't drop though. Good rebound by Dyson.
I just think about all that stuff. Like, I wish I would have knew about that.
Oh yeah, dude. Hey, well, that's why you grow up and learn, man. It's a process. Sebron dribbling, driving. They're going to give him the foul. I don't like that foul there. I know Sebron sold it by hitting the ground, but that's just he's so fanatical in the air. Like he reminds me of like a less athletic Poole. Like he's just very fanatical and like in all of his movements and stuff like that. It emphasizes every movement to the highest peak, to where it looks like there's like hard contact, but there was none there. I'm gonna go step off to use the restroom real quick. But yes, Junior, appreciate you for stopping by, man. Much love. Hope to see you again in some streams soon, man.
Just so you know, got you covered up. So when you come back, let me know. I'll uncover you. So current score is 83-79. Corner 3 is good by Johnson. Back to 1 point differential. Inbound pass to the post. Liddell jumper doesn't get the drop. Canones loses the rebound. Put back by Dyson. 3-point lead, 2:53 left on the game. Podzimski is going to drive to the paint. Pass out to Canoyes. Canoyes misses the three. There's going to be an elbow. You got to, yeah, 36. That's the second foul. That's the second foul he's committed where it's like, just, he, yeah, yeah, because he elbows him. I don't think he hit his face, though. I think he hit his shoulder. I don't know if he actually hit him. Yeah, I think it's kind of his shoulder. He might have. Yes, it's the intent. You're right. Yeah, it's the intent. Yeah, you might be able to get away with that in college, but you're gonna lose some money in the pros with that one. Hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Players they have to become smarter in how they do. Yeah, I think it's funny because it's always I never understood why it was a problem all of a sudden when it's always been a part of basketball. There's never there's never been a generation of sports where shit talking was not a part of the game. It's never been a generation.
Let me see if I can find
Okay.
it. Go ahead and just keep
They
commentating while
said
I find
after
it.
the review, the call stands as I didn't hear what the last party said. I want to see what the announcers say.
Common foul. Common
Okay.
foul.
Which I think is the right call because I think the elbow, even though the 10 is there, the elbow does hit the shoulder more than and not the face. But if you go off
Mhm.
intent, it's a flagrant.
I just don't like the intent. I don't like you not be. I feel like if you're intentional trying to hurt somebody, then there should be and you get caught doing it. Then it's funny
Yeah.
that we're about to what I'm about to say, but about this comment that we had. But I feel like if the intent's there and you get caught, then it should be called that way. The intent's a big thing because just because you didn't make content but you tried to, you should be penalized for it harder.
Yeah. Gui Santos with the foul call gets a charge. Daniel's going to bring the ball up, picks up his dribble, hands it off, gets it back.
I'm still looking, so just
Guarded
give me
by
a second.
Collins. Hawkins shots up and it's good with 2 seconds on the
Okay.
clock.
So we had this comment. It was our NRL versus NFL thing, and it said I played rugby league in 2000s, and even then, compared to now, it's almost an entirely different game. I used to play dummy half, and my pop did too when he was younger. And one day he let me in on his secret to be an effective dummy half, putting pepper in your hair and rubbing it into the other dummy half's face when you were packed in a scrum. My
Oh,
coach
wow.
My coach gave me another great tip: dropping your arm while in the scrum and uppercutting the other poor sap. One day I combined both and I got a suspension. My dad was proud. And I was like, that's funny. I said, I've never gone that far, but I definitely have had a few different tricks that I've used. People don't realize that that's part of the game. A lot of people do different things like that. He says, back in the day when players off field was having a good, he said, back in the day, taking a player off the field that was having a good game was a strategy. If someone on the other team was having a good day, the coach might ask you to make sure you have a sudden family emergency. I mean, he's being dramatic with that stuff, but we've all played sports and we have all done sketchy things in certain moments in our game. I mean, I know I used to when I played defense, and if their right winger was really talented on their team, I would trip him up every now and then, or I'd grab at his jersey or something like that, or I would talk crap into his ear, or we'd be in a free kick and we all be kind of crowded, and when he'd come run across, I would know where the ref is. That way I could drop an elbow right into his sternum. That way he'll lose his breath for a second. It's part of the strategy of sports. Like, sports ain't as lovely and technical as what y'all want to think it is. So people that say like, oh yeah, this competitive and dirtiness is cheap. No, it's not. Your parents taught you that too. Or you just never watched sports and now you're upset because it happened in the Angel situation against someone of your same race. I mean, let's just be honest, because Caitlyn is dirty too, and she knows that. That's why she had no problem with all the stuff that was going on. It's part of sports.
Yes, yeah.
Competition is a real thing.
Like with them talking trash, I don't even consider it as dirty at all. It's just part of the game. Like, it's not dirty to talk trash. That's part. Yeah. If you don't talk trash, then you ain't never really played any competitive sport. That's just how it is. But
you don't care about the sport. You don't care about the sport. That's the way I look at it. If you're not talking trash, you don't really care.
But like like you were saying about the pepper in the hair, that's stuff that happened in the 70s in football, and like stuff like that. I'm glad that's gone, because that shouldn't be there. You know what I'm saying? That should not be there.
Yeah. Things like that. Yeah. They tell you, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, that should be celebrated. But I'm saying that little things, maybe not that far, are a part of sports. I mean, if you've played competitive sports and you've never, given a little extra nudge here and there, or like you're playing football and you're a lineman or whatever, and you pancake somebody, and then when you get up, you push their head back into the dirt as they get up, just to set a message. We had a guy on my soccer team, and like soccer is looked at as a pretty soft sport as far as physical contact goes. We had a guy that was called the enforcer. Our team wasn't super talented as far as skill wise, but we were in better fitness shape than anybody else's team, and we were more physical and stronger than most of the teams that we played against. So what did we do? We used that to our advantage. At the beginning of the game, we made sure we had a rule that within the first 3 minutes, one player hit the ground. Just set the tone and tell them like, this is how the game's gonna play. It's gonna be physical because we're gonna out physical you. When you try to come challenge us, we're gonna hit you harder. So we knocked one person on the ground. We had an enforcer that would come in, and if they had a player that was playing really good, we'd have him come in. We wouldn't have him do anything dirty. Like, it's not like he's throwing a lick, but whenever he goes to challenge a 50-50 ball, we would like get a touch of the ball, but make sure you get a handful of the player. It's just how it played. You set a tone.
Yeah, the first group of kids that we coach, like, you can actually have one or two girls on the team. But I remember it was one game. Like, the way we coach our kids not to do anything like kind of extra. Like, just let's play the game down the line because y'all are young. We don't want to teach them at a young age, stuff like that. So,
yeah. Well, yeah, I'm talking about like 15 years old, 15 to like 18.
The other team, the girl, they purposely told her to keep her nails long. So in the scrum of getting rebounds or the loose balls, she would purposely scratch our players. She would, and she would do it, and the kids telling the ref like she's scratching me up, like. And one of the kids, like, they kept scratching. He's like, "Look," he said, I don't have nails, so it's not me, it's her." And they kept showing her. It happened multiple times. They got to the point where our second, because we don't really have first, second, third, fourth quarter.
Great move.
Yeah, nice move. But it came to a point where I told the refs, like, "Look, either you guys,
what a great feed underneath the Hawkins! My goodness!
Like, you talk to the coach. Hey, that's his daughter. I don't want one of these kids who are not my kid to check his daughter because she's scratching people on purpose, and y'all know she's doing it." So they
Yeah.
talked to her, but she kept doing it. So I did a timeout, pulled them and said, look, she's doing it because they know that you're not going to hit a girl. So that's why she's the only one doing it.
Right.
What we're going to do is not pay attention to her, and we're going to just beat them. And then at the end, we talk our trash. And that's what we did. Like we played our game, ended up beating them by like 5 or 6 points. And at the end of the game, I was talking to the other coach. I was like, "You doing that with your daughter? That is one. That's not cool." I said, "You lucky my daughter doesn't play on this team because I already know I wouldn't have to tell her anything. She would just go beat your daughter's ass. Like
she would just done it.
She would have fought her
Right,
to get kicked out the game and wouldn't care." And I was like, "You know what you're doing is wrong, and you're teaching your daughter the wrong thing at freaking 10 years old. Don't do that. Like you're setting her up for failure because somebody's better than her. Oh, you're better than me. I'm going to scratch you. Like, don't do that. Don't do that."
So what they're showing right now is possible. Did he get it? So
I just saw the under review. I didn't see the final.
Podziemski is 1 rebound away from getting only the 4th triple double in summer league history. There's been 2 by Lonzo Ball and 1 by I missed the name of the last player. He's 1 rebound short.
That's pretty freaking cool.
And Dyson Daniels is 2 assists short, which he won't get. But so this has actually been a pretty good game to show some talent. Podziemski is a guy that we said that like the only critique I wish he would have is allow the game to come to him instead of forcing the game to him.
Yeah, I think
because he's obviously multi-talented.
That'll definitely come in time. Because, like I said, watching him play the other game, he definitely played it more patient. He had to definitely play more patient. I think,
So now
all these.
Non as
go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you're playing and you see all these NBA players and coaches in the bench on the benches, you see you kind of overdo it sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what I was going to ask you, I mean, as a person that has coached, basketball, like regardless of what age group it is, if you're an NBA coach right now, what are some of the key things that you're looking at? I mean, obviously energy and hustle is something, but do you take points out of, do you take points off of Podziemski because of his, I don't know if you'd want to say selfishness because he does have 10 assists, but like just trying to make the game be about him because it does feel like that at moments.
No, because I mean, the thing about it is this is only his 2nd game at the NBA level. You want to see if they progress from here. That's the one thing. If they progress from this point, how does he change? If he changes where the mentality of what our team professes, which is more team ball, which he does for a point, but there were aspects of his game today where he was a little greedy and kind of forced the subject. So, but with that, you want to see progression.
Yeah. Because I mean, the way I look at it, the way I'm thinking about it is that, regardless of how good you show up, unless you're a number 1 or, a top 10 pick or something like that, people aren't expecting you to go out there and be the star. Mm-hmm. Even if you're in a team where you are the best player on the court,
yes,
or at least for your team, the best player on your team. But I want to see more that you can do more than just try and grab your own basket or make your own stats look good. I want to see, obviously your hustle on defense, which he showed. But like, I want to see your contribution, whether or not they make the shot or not, that you make the right decision. Because if you're at that level, which is how I'm looking at Podziemski, is that he is at that level to where he can control an offense if he were to get minutes at some point with the Warriors roster, to where he can control the game and move the ball around to different people to get them looks and get them clean looks and not try to force it to him. Like, you don't want to create that bad habit just because it's summer league and you think you're the best player on the team. I want to look at you playing your most genuine game, regardless if you win or you lose. I want to see that now because you're not going to be a starter. You're not starting over Steph. You're not starting over CP. I want to see what you can contribute to a team as being you, the best version of you. Does that make sense, or?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. But at the same time, he is a guard, so what I saw, I'm okay with. I have no problem with him trying to make things happen because I want to see if he can do it. I want to see if he can turn it over and take a game over. So I'm looking for that. Just as a fan, I want to see if he can do that. That means he can make that jump. The fact that he was close to tripping over, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to see how he plays within this system because the system itself isn't far off what the Warriors already run. There's definitely some slight differences because the abilities of players are different. But I liked what I seen out of him.
But it is very. It looks like a Warriors game, especially in the first half. The second half looked a little bit different, but the first half especially, you shot a good bit of shots from three. They took they took 33 shots from three compared to the Pelicans 25 shots from three. They actually got to the line a good bit, which is something that the Warriors aren't used to getting because they don't ever get the fouls. But the one thing that I am like extremely impressed from, and really from both teams, but like the Warriors especially, even though they did drop this game, is that their defense was phenomenal.
And that's the emphasis. Yeah,
they had some unfortunate calls that went the opposite way, but they defensively played great. Number 41. Whoever that was,
I think his last name is
Collins. The numbers next to their box score.
I think it's Collins. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I find his first name.
Oh my god! Hold on, one second. Oh my god!
I hate how you can't click.
ESPN ad just popped up. Oh
it was loud.
Oh my god, my head's ringing. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Didn't mean cut you
his
off.
last name is Collins. I was trying to see what his first name is. Unfortunately, they don't allow you to click their names. Like when you're watching a regular game, you can hover over their name and it'll show you their full name. But Summer League, I don't even have that option. Let me see. But
Yuri Collins.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Is his name Yuri Collins? He was phenomenal. That dude reminds me of a shutout guard, just how Dyson was and just how Herb Jones was coming in. I mean, his offensive, he didn't even take a single shot, but they didn't record steals, but he locked players up and forced them.
Definitely caused them to have issues. He didn't record
the steal because he didn't physically get the ball, but he caused
some issues for them. Yeah,
times.
I like that about him. And if they're utilizing him for, let me mute this. They're utilizing him to try to figure out their defensive woes. I know we technically got 2 spots left, and they're probably only going to fill up 1 and leave 1 available. But
right,
I can see Collins as a secondary backup for a point guard, but just for the defensive end for like maybe the second, third quarters. I can see Guy Santos coming through, but I think they're going to probably keep him in the G League for a little while because they put him in G League last season. Podzimski, he's probably going to go G League first and then come up. And then Lester, he was definitely on. He has a 2-way contract, so they're going to try to see what they can get from him. And then
he's gonna get a deal before the summer league ends. He'll get a full blown roster deal. The way that he shot tonight wasn't great. He shot 8 for 17. He was 4 for 10 from 3. He kind of slowed down a little bit in the second half, but he had 26 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, 2 rebounds. Was kind of all over the place. And when you get him in open spots, and the thing is, if he were to play and get minutes, even if it's just 12 minutes in a game or even less, 9 minutes in a game with their starters, ain't no one's guarding him. Whenever Steph's out there, whenever Clay's out there, he'll be able to drop 3 out of 5, 3 out of 6 threes, without a doubt.
What is this? That's what I was saying. Pay attention to how he plays. And so when you go back to the trade situation with Jordan Poole and CP3, after watching Leicester play, I seen some of his highlights from the first game. It made now I understood what they were doing, because if you look at how Leicester plays, who does he play like? Jordan Poole. He just has more control.
He's a more controlled Jordan. You know what he actually reminded me of? He reminded me a lot more of Ray Allen, if I'm gonna be honest with you. The way he shoots the ball is very similar to Ray Allen. His legs are very close together, very tight. He goes up, very consistent. His shot is there's no deiteration from his shot. Every time he shoots the ball, it looks the exact same the way it comes out. Defensively, I didn't pay attention to him enough to be able to see how he's going to be on that side of the ball. But as far as his shooting, remind me a lot of Ray Allen, where it's a guy you can post up in the corner and replace a DiVincenzo, and allow him just to be a 3-point shooter when he's open.
Well, that's like I said, if when you really, you gotta look at the highlights. When you see the highlights, you be like, okay, I see it 100%, because
Yeah.
him and Poole, so when players practice, Steph and Clay are usually on one court, then it's Draymond, and then it's like Looney. But then when you
Oh,
have
what
the other guys come in and they, huh?
what up, Big Bull? Hopefully, he said y'all must be talking about Jordan Hawkins, aka Ray Allen. We actually aren't talking about Jordan Hawkins yet, but we will talk to him about him a little bit. We're actually talking about Lester Quinones for the Warriors,
Yeah.
and how he shot today. His stroke looks very much like Ray Allen. Now, Hawkins reminds me a lot more of Clay, the way he works off ball, like a young Clay, how he works off ball. He finally was able to get a couple of shots to drop from three. Which we've seen. I think that's going to get all settled in. Or I'm sorry, he got one big 3-pointer to drop, which is what I expect for him to be a little bit more consistent with. But go ahead
No,
now.
I was just saying. So when it came down to practice time, Lester and Poole were practice partners, and so if you ever get
Okay.
a chance to watch old games, you look at the bench. The people that sit next to each other is Lester and Poole. People who are joking together is Lester and Poole. Even outside, it's Lester and Poole. So when you see him play, like you didn't really even see him actually play within his bag, like the side steps, all that stuff. It's
Okay.
exactly like
That
Poole.
maybe
It's
okay, maybe that's why I didn't understand that, because I didn't see the
yeah,
sidestep and the cutting like Poole likes
yeah.
to
He
do.
he didn't even do that this
Um,
game. Like
he didn't do that to this game yet.
yeah, if you look at the highlights from the first game they played, I was like, okay, I actually see it now. I
So
100% see it.
so Big Bull, are you are you a Pels fan, or are you a UConn fan, or just fan of Hawkins? Because as you know, as a Pels fan, I watched Hawkins a little bit, you know, especially during March Madness, stuff like that. Really liked his shooting ability. What's something that you think he can bring to the league that can differentiate himself from other players and also benefit the Pelicans? I mean, obviously 3-point shooting is something that the Pelicans lack. We were like near bottom of the league of 3-point attempts and 3-pointers made. You know, really it was carried by Trey Murphy. You know, what do you think he can do to bring some success to the Pelicans in that range? Big Bull says I can see the Clay resemblance. He shoots wide legged, nevertheless, good game. Yeah, you're a Pels fan. Oh, fire, man. Yeah, yes. I mean, obviously same. Um, yeah, you know, Hawkins is just, I feel like he needs to relax. I feel like he needs to
Yeah,
relax. You know, this is something we talked about earlier. You know, this is only game 2 for both teams of
yeah,
summer league and stuff like that, and you know they have to settle into their place. He didn't finish off with a bad stat line. It's just not what you expect to see from him. The one thing that I did really enjoy watching Hawkins today was his 3-point shot wasn't going, so he changed up his style. If you notice in the first half, he was really playing above the perimeter for most of the game and trying to get pop and shot type rolls, and it just wasn't dropping. So he started getting more involved in the rebounds. He had 2 offensive rebounds, both of them he put back for simple layups. He started making more cutting shots. He shot 7 from 15 tonight, only made 1 3, had 16 points. So a lot of those other 6 bags that I made was from cutting off ball and moving off ball, which is something that the Pelicans don't have. We don't have a lot of players that move off ball. It's probably the worst thing about our
yes,
offense. Like we're not rolling through BI or Zion whenever he's healthy. It's a pop and shot for Trey, or when we bring our second team, it's just whoever's hot, whether it's Najee or if it's
hmm
Jose, or whatnot, or we'll bring it inside to Jonas, but we don't ever have a lot of cutting guys. And if Hawkins can see either his shots not dropping, but still has the ability to move off ball and get open underneath and finish at the rim, which he did excellently today. So he missed 5 points, 5 shots from 3. So that means he only missed 2 short range shots. So he was very efficient at the
yeah,
cup, which
yeah.
is something that you have to be happy about.
I do like what Big Bull said about him coming off the screens. He did look really nice coming off the screens. I will say that he did look good off the screens. So Seaborn
He also
Hawkins are
says,
NBA ready. Seaborn is upgrade to Kira Lewis. Seiko for Golden State has a nice stroke. Yes, Seiko does have a pretty fair balanced stroke for Golden
the,
State.
the only problem I have with Seaborn, the only problem is that he is like a one objective guy. Like he sees ball. Now he did finish off with 25 points tonight. He shot 8 for 11, which is very efficient. 9 for 13 from the line, which you'll
Yeah.
take. But he's a guy that he's very narrow minded of driving to the cup as soon as he gets the ball. And a lot of times, what happens is he gets trapped underneath and then has to find an outlet pass out. Which in summer league it works. He only had 2 turnovers tonight, but in the NBA, guys are ready for that, and that's going to result in some steals. He jumps
Yeah, some
up,
turnovers.
picks up
Yeah.
his dribble, and then he gets stuck. I like to see him just be a little bit more patient in order to develop that part of the game. I don't need him to be a 3-point shooter. I don't want him to be something that he's not. Let him be a slasher. Let him be just like how Najee is. Najee ain't a 3-point shooter either, even though he's been trying him a little bit more lately. But just be patient with developing your game. Drive inside. None's there, and you don't see the hole that you like. Dribble back, step back, turn around, find the open pass, or just dribble back outside the perimeter and rerun another play. It's as simple as that. Don't get caught up in the air with no shot opportunity and trying to hope a pass makes it to somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I would have liked to see Trace Jackson play. That's who I really wanted to see play, just to see him. I've seen
Who was that?
Trace Jackson. He's one of our draft picks this year. He's a forward or a center, whatever. He can play both positions, but I really want to see how he develops over time.
What's the reason for him not playing today?
It's his coach decision.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was injured or anything like that.
No, just didn't say any injury. Just coach decision.
I don't know. The Warriors are a team that really don't even care about regular season wins anymore. So they really don't care about play-in wins. So they probably have different lineups that they're going to run throughout the first half of summer league, and then a separate lineup that they're going to run with the second half, and just try to figure out where each player fits within the organization and where they can place them and if they're ready. But if that's someone that y'all drafted, you would think you'd be able to see some minutes here early on.
I think because of the team that they're going against, they probably just didn't want him to go in that situation. But
yeah,
I mean, because like I said, after the draft and then kind of doing some research on him and seeing that he was actually one of the top 2 centers last season, and then this season because of an injury is what dropped him down so much. The injury during the season is what dropped him down the draft. I feel like if he's fully healthy, he's going to be one of the biggest steals of the draft. Because people are like, oh, he got injured, so out of sight, out of mind. It's the Clay Thompson thing, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I think he's going to be a steal.
I feel that. Big Bull says, but I do believe if Dyson continues to mature, he should start. The Pelicans need a point guard. 15 rebounds is nice. The one thing with Dyson, and I was telling Non, I know we want to develop him into a 3-point shooter. And the thing that I worry is that because we need one so bad that it's going to hurt his game, because I don't think that's part of his game. You can even tell, like, when he takes his jump shots, like even when he's wide open, he kind of sits into him. It's not like he's shooting them to make. He just kind of like I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just like based off the eye when we're watching the games, like he's wide open to shoot the 3 and he just kind of lofts it up there. It's like it doesn't feel like he's a natural shooter. I would rather him just focus on his defensive and passing ability. Don't pick up the dribble as early when he drives inside, because a lot of times when he played with the Pelicans and got his minutes, it wasn't the fact that he didn't start off any drive poorly. It was that he finished poorly. Yeah. So it'd be like he would drive inside and then get stopped and get stuck. And then we either had to force up a layup that he just couldn't finish, because I don't think he's that good at finishing at the rim, or didn't have a second option ready. Mm-hmm. I just want to see him control the offense. Just play like a true point guard. Play like a true point guard, get other people involved, and then play defense the way you do, because he's a defensive phenomenon. His IQ of basketball is super high. Just offensively, he ain't skilled yet. to be a
But
starter or
that's the
something
one
like
thing of
that, in
him
my
being
opinion.
a point guard. He's going to have to develop a 3 point game. He can't get away from that. He's like, that's just it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. He has no choice
Yeah.
with how the game is played today.
He says Dyson's a better version of Lonzo Ball. His shot is flat. He gets in that in between spot on the court and gets yes. He needs a zest shot or a hook. Big Bull, you onto something right there. He needs, and you're right. He
A
definitely
hook
needs a
shot
little
could be
more
interesting.
confidence.
A
Yeah,
hook shot could
he
be
needs to
interesting.
develop something that differentiates himself because, like exactly what you said, he gets stuck, and that's where he gets.
He doesn't know how to finish.
He gets. There's a lot of times he gets to the rim with good looks, like tough looks. I mean, it's the NBA. It's a good look for the NBA. It's a tough look for any average basketball player. But his looks that you expect him to make 75% of the time, he's making them.
So in that situation, it's one of those things where he, as a player who's been in the league for a while, so you should have some money saved up. You need to go and go ahead and buy you a trainer that's going to teach.
Well, it's only his second year. The kid's only 20, I think, right? How old is Dyson Daniels?
Yeah,
I think
but
he's 20.
this is his second year. He has a contract. He has money. Like, what do you got money?
Yeah.
You got a savings.
He's 20.
I know, like, full contracts,
Yeah.
you don't get everything, but you got enough to pay a trainer. You got enough to pay a trainer to help you develop that inside game to teach you how to finish. Because if what you guys are saying is correct, then he doesn't know how to finish, and it partially is confidence, but not knowing how to finish is a problem as a point guard. You got to finish.
Problem, yeah. I mean, in the first half, I think he was 3 for 12. He finished 6 for 18. So he in the second half, he definitely had shouts of where he looked like a good baller. I mean, he had 17 points. He shot about 40%. 3-point range, 2 for 10. Like it might be just something that's not in his bag. Like maybe it's just step up and get into a mid-range scenario. Like maybe take lessons off of like Chris Paul's playbook or even KD's playbook. I mean, he's 6'8". He's tall. He's taller. He's not huge, but he's taller. He's 6'8". And work your way into shooting from that elbow and master that shot. Because, I mean, as a guard getting 15 rebounds tonight, that just shows that you hustle and you have IQ. Yeah. And then he had 8 assists, so we know you can pass the ball around. He had 2 steals. We already know you're good defensively. He also had 2 blocks to go along with that.
Yeah.
We just need you to pick your shots, not the best shot, your shot. If 3 points open, but that's not your shot, go find a shot that is yours.
And that deals with learning how to finish. Learn how to finish strong.
Yeah.
So if that means you become a mid-range warrior, but there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you hit your mid-range.
Make it.
There's absolutely nothing wrong
with
that.
It. That's what I'm saying. Make it. I mean, DeMar DeRozan, B.I.
Yeah, they make a living off of that. Even
Kawhi, they've all made.
KD has actually shot more mid-rangers this past season than he did 3-pointers. Because it's really become part of his bag because everybody. Not saying that you can get him off a 3-point line because of height. Nobody can do that. But I think he just has had more confidence in his mid-range shot than anything this last season.
Yeah. I mean, the three-point game has become a staple in the NBA more than what it's ever been over the last 10 years. It's become more of a necessity. Like we're seeing centers now. I mean, like back in 2010s, we never saw centers taking 3-pointers. It was very rare. It was heaves at the end of the second.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing centers having to develop 3-pointers as a part of their game. So I'm not saying taking it out, but like if you aren't hitting them, then take a step up and shoot it from 2. It's going to be okay. Like 2 points on the board is better than no points on the board, especially if you're coming off the bench right now. You just want where when you come in, you don't want to be in the negatives overall. You don't want to be negative 10, negative 15. If you're negative 2 as a bench player and y'all had the lead, you're fine with that. That's a win. That's a win.
Yeah, -2, definitely. Not a negative.
Yeah, so I'm saying not -35. Big Bull's got a question for you. I'm gonna go pee. But he says, what do you guys think about Chris Paul on the Warriors this year? How long will it take for CP3 and Draymond to bump heads? Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna go pee.
I'll say this. I don't think it's gonna happen because they understand each other. Like defensive-minded players who have a streak with them that don't mind being the one to get a little dirty. They have understanding of each other. Like they understand that, and I don't see them having an issue that's like detriment to the team. I'll say it like that. Because I know from the things I've seen, I know some of it is politically spoken, but the things that CP3 can do with young players, Draymond is not the best at. So having CP3 come in and how to be able to learn, I mean, and Draymond being able to learn from him as far as how he approaches, how he teaches young players, and how he guides them is something that will benefit Draymond in the long run of this season. And I think, like we talked about it earlier, I'm not a Chris Paul fan. I have never been a Chris Paul fan. But I joked years ago when, like, not years ago, but like when me and Zach first started, that the only way CP3 would win is if he joined Steph or LeBron. That's what I said. That's the
You
only time
did tell me that.
I said the only way he would win a title is if he joined Steph or LeBron. Now he's joined Steph, so which I think is funny for his full circle for our conversations. But I think what he does that works for us is he helps control the overabundance of turnovers. That's one thing we've had an issue with especially high turnovers.
Especially when y'all, y'all's whole team really struggles with that. Y'all have always been able to balance it out. I'm sorry, I'm looking for some. Y'all have always been able to balance it out because of y'all's high scoring clip. But the thing is, the problem with it is when y'all starting five is out there and y'all turn over the ball, y'all have some of the best scorers that we've ever seen in the game. So it doesn't matter. But whenever your backups come in and they're still turning over the ball the same way is whenever you start seeing the struggles come in.
And that's the issue. That's the issue.
So for me, and we talked about this a little bit earlier on, like he said, if CP is able to take the role as I'm going to be CP Chris Paul of the 2023 and not be CP of 2015, then this team is, in my eyes, is automatically a top 3 team in the league. Now, if he is forced and wants to be a starter all the time and wants to do all this stuff, then that's where the problem's going to come in. If he can be limited to like 15 to 17 minutes a game and just kind of come in and play his role for 5-6 minute stretches where controls the offense, he has an eye for defense to be able to grab some steals, works the ball around, help develop some of their younger players like Kuminga, just like how we talked about and how Draymond talked about in his last podcast about how he thinks that Kuminga can benefit the most from CP3 because of his knowledge of the game and helping get other players involved. Because a lot of things with young players is just confidence. If CP can get Kuminga into a spot to where he can knock down a couple of shots in a row, all of a sudden Kuminga's going off at 30 points because he is that skilled of a player, but he has to get that confidence first, and CP is going to help.
The other thing, like I said, with the turnover issue, so the Warriors also picked up Corey Joseph for the Detroit Pistons. So now when you look at what Corey Joseph brings to the table is that actual youthful backup, which is what's needed. So Corey Joseph and CP3, what they have in common is they don't turn over the ball. They both have, I think they're at a 1 for turnovers for seasonal turnovers. You know what I'm saying? So that's actually a plus.
I mean, that's how CP made a career with the Hornets. It's like, don't get me wrong, Chris Paul was one of the greatest point guards at that time. It was between him and Darren Williams, but that debate's been coming up more and more often. I hated Darren Williams because I was such a CP3 fan back in the day, and but it was because Darren Williams was so competitive with him, and CP just could not beat his ass. It made me so mad. Even like the skills challenge whenever they went against each other when he lost, I was so mad at him. You would think I was best friends with him, pissed off. Like I felt like a mother, like upset at him. Like that's how mad I was, bro. But like is because of his lack of mistakes that CP made. He doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes. He plays very clean basketball.
Yeah, I think from one thing I've seen from another creator that I follow that he mostly does Warriors content. The one thing that I will admit that me being I'm not a Chris Paul fan. I don't care what nobody said. The one thing I will admit is that every team that he has, we talked about this earlier, every team he has went to, and when he's left that team, they've all been better than what they started. Every single team. So to me, that's in the win category, 100%. Like he's going to help in pieces in spots where the disconnection between Kerr and the young players, that could be a go between, because CP3 was head of the players union, so he know how to talk to young players. He has that build, he has the understanding, he knows what to do. So I definitely look forward to see how it affects the overall play of the game. I think if we can, if CP3 can allow himself to be truly a second string and not have to worry about starting, have a limited role, so he can be healthy when it comes to playoff time, I think it'll benefit
That's
us
the biggest
longer
thing.
that way.
That's the biggest thing. He's too old to
Yeah.
be playing a full season nowadays. Like
Yeah.
limit yourself in the beginning, and then once All-Star break comes on, you start popping off, man.
Because he
Because
gets injured around the same time.
we saw
He gets
we,
injured
we
same time
saw
every
we
year.
saw it 2 years ago, right? We saw
Yeah.
it 2 years ago after he had that great game against the Pelicans where he broke the record. I think he was 17 for 17, whatever it was. And then he had a birthday, and then he came back and he couldn't shoot for shit. It was like
year.
I watched Father Time take its toll on him instantly.
And the crazy thing about it, he gets injured around his birthday every season now.
Yeah.
And I mean, is that a coincidence where he's just taking time off for his birthday, or is it just the fact that it's in his head, it's subconscious, and so he's doing something or overdoing something
It could be. We all, we get to a certain age, we start looking at it as our birthday as like a chore, bro. It's like
Yeah.
damn, bro, it's coming up, ain't it? Let's get back to the comment now. I want to make one point off of what Big Bull said. So he said, I do believe the Warriors are the smartest team in the league, but also the oldest. I kind of feel like CP3 does the same thing CP3 does for a other team, orchestrate the offense. He also says Warriors definitely will be clutch with CP3. I see Warriors being lethal in the last minutes of games. CP3 has to stay healthy. Man couldn't agree more. With all.
That's why I think he needs to accept a lesser role. Still be a facilitator, but
I also
time.
I also think CP3 could benefit Steph as he's getting into his later years of his career too, because eventually all those miles that he runs going off screen are going to catch up to him. And CP3, if y'all remember watching him back in the late 2000s, 2008. 2012 up to 2012, like he was, and then again with the Clippers, he was running off ball a lot. There was so many times watching where I'd see him start with the ball up top, above the 3-point line straight away. He work his way left. He drew the ball inside, see nothing. He'd like hesitate, drive around the baseline, come back up top, come back up again, come this way, pass that way, pass this way, come here, and do all this. And that's something that Steph does. He just does a lot of that off ball.
Yeah.
But now his game is slowed down. He doesn't have that fitness level anymore. Age costs something.
Oh,
but he's still talking about Steph. I'm saying
he still runs like 2 miles.
He still does it, but eventually he won't be able to.
But I think with his game,
as far as
his shooting style,
of the game,
it don't really matter. Yeah,
don't matter. You don't think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because of shooting style, it's like with Ray Allen. Ray Allen, in the years he played with Miami, he didn't have to run because Ray Allen used to play the same way Steph played. People forget that Ray Allen was a baller when he first came into the league.
That's what I'm saying. The benefit of CP for Steph too is showing him how to be able to do more with less. Like, even though whenever you hit that point where you can't run around as much as what you used to where you still can make every movement even more efficient, because he's already super efficient with everything he does. But it's because he runs around so much. Now, as things get a little bit slower and time gets to him, the benefit from CP3 could help him as well. I mean, maybe that's just me being a CP3 fan and thinking that, but I think it could benefit the whole team, as a whole. Slim says CP3 does make players better. Yeah, he does. He did with shoot. I mean, let's look at Blake Griffin. What would Blake Griffin be without CP3? What would DeAndre Jordan be without CP3?
They definitely wouldn't have the big contracts.
The only years that CP3 was like, I would say, more irrelevant was with Houston. It's just because of how they ran the ball with James Harden.
Yeah,
he made. Yeah. I wouldn't say he made Booker a better player, but he made Booker a better off ball player. I think Booker's actually going to shine more this year than he has any year now that CP3 is gone, because he's learned how to be an off ball and on ball player now. I think he's going to be
I
10
think
times better player this year.
I think the ball's going to be
I
more
think
in his
I think
hand.
I
That's
think
why.
I think he's going to be an underdog MVP candidate this year. If you want to be honest with you,
Okay.
he got to shine over KD, which is going to be hard. But like, I think he's going to be a better overall player now that CP3 is gone because he went from having to be the star to playing off ball and now being able to do all of it with KD still at his stance. I think he's going to be great.
Excuse me.
The question I was going to ask was because Big Bull mentioned Draymond. How does Draymond fit in the piece whenever CP's there? Because Draymond is so used to bringing the ball up court. Where does he fit whenever they're both on the court at the same time?
They'll still be able to function together because what people forget that Draymond used to average 25 points a game. People forget that. People forget. People like, oh, he doesn't play. No, he learned his role and he played that role. Now it's up to him to get back into the offensive style of the game because him playing, he's a basketball player. He can do it. It's just him getting back into that muscle memory because he hasn't had to do it. Like we see him occasionally do it, where in the playoffs he came in and had some decent games that people weren't expecting him to have against, but it's like, I think they still can function because the ball's still going to move. Because that's the whole point. They want the ball to move. And it just gives one more access point for the ball to move.
Right. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just replying to comments.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, so do you think Draymond still has that offensively? I mean, because the thing is that just okay. So what CP was really good at was one getting to his mid range spot. Whenever I watched him with the Pels, obviously his younger days, was to be able to draw people in along the baseline and to be able to kick out to David West. Can Draymond develop a mid-range game like that of just a nice popping shot from mid-range right at the corner, the free throw line, or hesitate and go up for a floater? Do you think Draymond can develop that part of his game still?
I don't.
Or
It's
still
not.
utilize
I
it?
don't. Yeah, I was like, it's not developing because he technically already had it. It's just muscle memory. It's trying to get back to the point of doing it again. It's one thing I've seen him talk about is the same thing he talked about with Ben Simmons. Once you get set, when you forced to get put in a role that you played for almost 10 years, you don't do certain things anymore. Like you don't really look out for your shot. You don't do. He just doesn't do it because that's not. He realized that after time, he had the greatest backcourt in history. What am I doing trying to go for 30 when I have guys who can go for 30 with their eyes closed? So I became a point guard. I became a point guard that's also basically a forward. You know what I'm saying? So
he was a true point guard forward. It's like he wasn't worried about his shot. He was worried about getting the other man's shot. Because the thing with Draymond, and that's why like people always talk about like how bad he is at shooting, but they still respected him when he dribbled the ball up the front court. Like every time he drove the ball up the court, they respected him. They were going to defend him. They might not defend him high, like up next to the 3-point line, but they don't want to give him enough space to where he can drive and get inside because he's a physical basketball player. So like he goes up, he'll get a rebound back to him and get it back up. Like he'll get his shot opportunities. So they had to play him a little bit truer. I think things like that have slowed down a little bit because he's not quite at the level as what he used to be. But
I think that the shooting
game or a pump fake and then step up in a hook or a little floater, something off the glass with Looney underneath and because Draymond has played point guard, he can dish that ball down low to Looney too because he's a decent passer now. That all that can happen.
And I think from the shooting, especially from beyond the arc, that's a confidence thing. I think 4 years ago, everybody say he is different than right now. It's a confidence thing. Because now the defense that they practice against certain players is practiced against him, and it destroys your confidence. It's like what we see when we talk about Ben Simmons. It destroys your confidence. The fact that we've seen the whole Trae Young thing that happened and that kind of started, and then players started playing him that way, it destroys your confidence. Regardless of how good you are or how good people think you were or are, it destroys your confidence, and that's something that you have to rebuild within yourself. And Draymond for the three, which he does have a shot. But the reason why he shoots the way he shoots is because his confidence isn't there.
Slim said, did Jordan Poole mess up the chemistry since that fight with Draymond? So I don't know if you saw the whole altercation between it. So like it was during a practice. I shared it with on Twitter. Apparently Draymond was coming at him like crazy. Like it was nuts. First off, talking about how he gets more women than what he does.
I mean, Poole was coming off crazy.
Poole was coming off crazy. Yeah. Saying he gets more women than what Draymond does and all this stuff, and then went into a point of talking about Draymond's money and his financial stability. Be like, oh, why are you buying this? You about to be a free agent next year. You about to be without a job. And that's where the physicality came into play, was after that. Now, we don't know what Draymond said back to him during that whole altercation. But, do you blame Poole as the culprit? Like, do you think he overstepped his line, or do you think that's just Poole and who he is, and Draymond maybe just got a little butthurt out? Because I know me. There's like only a couple things that really sets me off. I'm a very chill person. But if you talk to me about like my finances, because that's what makes me as a man. That's how a lot of us look, like what we can do to support our people, our family and stuff like that. That's a line breaker where like I'm a snap. Like I don't want you talking about that. How do you think that whole altercation happened? How do you feel about it?
I don't blame Jordan Poole. No. Where I blame Jordan, I don't blame Jordan Poole for the chemistry issue. Where I blame Jordan Poole is, I don't know how much Warriors game you guys watch, is when he has the attitude on the sideline and people are just trying to talk to him and he's not trying to listen. I think people automatically think is Draymond's the only reason why he got sent out. That's not the only reason. As many games I watch off stream, part of the reason is because him and Kerr had issues. There's many times towards the latter part of that season where you see Kerr just trying to talk to him and Jordan Poole become combative and walk away. They always keep showing the one clip where he comes off the court and he talks to Draymond. He passes Draymond, but then Steph passes Draymond, talks to Poole, and then comes back and daps up Draymond. That's the clip everybody shows. But nobody if you watch games consistently, there was an issue, period. I think it's because, not saying it's Jordan's fault, but Jordan probably felt he deserved more playing time. Kerr probably felt he didn't deserve more playing time because when he got in, he wasn't performing at the level of $140 million contract expecting him to play at. Yeah. Now, my thing is, I'm old school. I've seen an Oakland A's team get in a fight with each other, go into the locker room, fight each other, come out and beat another team's ass.
Yeah.
My thing is, you're two grown men. If you can't sit down and have a conversation and hash out the issue, then maybe somebody doesn't leave. I know I'm not getting rid of Draymond though, because I get rid of Draymond. This whole
Draymond. How many championships have you gotten?
4.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah. You take Draymond out of that, you might have one.
Yeah, I think he's.
You might have one. I mean, as much disrespect as he get, the Draymond disrespect is crazy.
Yeah,
because he's
especially a lot of Warriors fans
and all this shit. But it's like you don't have Draymond, you win maybe one maybe 2. You might get 2, but you ain't getting 4.
But to kind of like
getting 4, and you're not having the dynasty either. If it's not for Draymond, you're not getting the dynasty.
I finally
either.
see somebody pressing the heart in the 100. I finally see that. Okay. I've never saw it before. I've seen it in the chat on OBS. I see it going up. But to kind of what Slim is saying, I don't blame Jordan Poole. I don't blame Draymond. I blame everybody as a whole. Everybody as a whole, you gotta figure out what you want. Do you want to win titles, or do you want to worry about just yourself? If you want to worry about yourself, then you can leave. I don't care.
So like I want to bring this up because we talked about this. We talked about this like right after the Warriors won the championship.
Yeah.
About how whenever the Warriors won, and a lot of the young guys that came in, a lot of them left. Cool. Gary Payton was one of them. We had a couple other guys that left and went grab big contracts and stuff from other places. And then, a couple of them, obviously GB2 came back, and it's their mentality of like, oh, they already won one, so they deserve something. So you feel like Jordan, you said Jordan Poole felt like he deserved more minutes and did this, but even though his results wasn't equaling to, what they expected from him.
Yeah.
So like, where does that stand with everything? Like, do you think it's because y'all developed a couple of younger guys and they just didn't show up the next year? Like, did they take things for granted because they got blessed to be into a organization that cares about winning, cares about developing players, and all of a sudden they kind of like were like, oh, yep, I did our thing. Now we're chilling. Now we're out in Bali and doing our thing, partying.
Well, it's one of those situations. It's one of the situations where, like with Wiseman, people are like, the Warriors, they don't know how to use Wiseman. They didn't have time to use Wiseman. They have a small window to win titles. The unfortunate part is the Warriors don't have time to truly develop players like they should. They don't have that time. If this was Warriors in between titles and they got the 2 years of bad play, that's the reason why Jordan Poole became who he became. Steph was injured for a whole year.
Yeah,
you got to see him play, even though they only had 15 wins. You got to see him play and develop. You got to learn what it meant to have a bad season. He learned what that meant to look bad, to be the worst team in the league. Like the thing with GP, that's not his fault. That's also part of the issue with the NBA. Players, they have certain, once they have so many years in the league, they fit into a certain price range and they can't go below that. They can technically ask for less, but that has to be spread out over a certain amount of time. But in his situation, he almost didn't make it into the league. He was actually he was in the Warriors film room. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't think he was going to play in the NBA. He thought he was going to be done.
Right.
So him making that move to get that contract is the smarter move for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Otto Porter Jr. He's at the part of his career where that's all he can do is try to get the team to try to win titles. He's not the star anymore.
What about the guy from Mexico? Where did he go? Because I never heard his name after they won a championship.
Which one?
Oh, goodness, I remember I'm forgetting his name now. The dude that's from Mexico. He's the first ever Mexican-born player to won a championship.
He was with the Lakers. He went to the Lakers.
Yeah, and nothing happened to him.
See, the problem is he
played valuable minutes with the Warriors, and then all of a sudden he was like, nah. If
you look at the Lakers roster since the Warriors have won titles, since LeBron has been there, they always pick up Warriors players the season after, but they don't ever use them. I think it's such a strategic move to take away important bench players that the Warriors utilize in crunch situations. I think it's a chess move, not really. Right. They weren't going to use him. They weren't.
No.
Like that was.
So what I want to ask as a fan, as just like a pure fan, because like we've kind of had these debates like with Drew Brees' like couple last years with the Saints, and what they're trying to do right now. Like they're expensing luxury tax. They're trying to do things to try and get championships now because of the players that they had there that helped them become relevant again. With Clay, Draymond, and Steph. As a Warriors fan, do y'all feel a little hatred towards them not like moving on and trying to develop new players, or do y'all appreciate them possibly setting themselves back a couple years because of trying to get Steph, Clay, Draymond another ring? Because I mean, we all know Steph he said he wants to finish his career with Charlotte. We all know like different situations that's going on with that. As a fan, how do y'all feel about trying to extend this run of championships rather than developing for the next run?
Well, that's for me. This is what I want to see. I like loyalty. I like loyalty from the players, loyalty from the owners. The fact I don't like how NBA is now. I don't like how it's like people get mad at the player for leaving, but the player doesn't have a choice sometimes because the team is not allowed to pay him because then they go into this tax free. Like you said, the Pelicans owner doesn't want to go in luxury. That's cool, but if you want loyalty, sometimes you got to dip into that tax to keep certain players. If you want loyalty. And then
Yeah.
that's where my problem I have with the NBA and some fans. You want us to be loyal to the team, but you won't allow players to be loyal to the team. That doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make
Mm.
sense. So that it just shows that NBA sets it up where certain teams can be successful, certain teams will not be successful, but also sets it up where they in the end game they get money. Because the only reason that this change happened this year is because
Mm-hmm.
teams in smaller markets actually in the last owners meeting complained that the Warriors were spending too much money. That's why the change happened. That's the only reason.
Mm.
They
Mm.
complained that the Warriors were spending too much money and they weren't those coaches, those owners weren't willing to do that. And that's my thing is,
Yeah.
so if you're too coward to put money into players, that means you don't have confidence in your players. One, you don't have enough confidence to put that money in your players. You don't believe in your players. That's your fault.
And like I feel that. But like I also feel like it's like a business. So like I mean with the Pelicans, we look at the same way because I know a lot of people are upset about that with the Pelicans and Gail and how she's not willing to dip a whole bunch of money to tax thing. But it's like you know for them, I mean that some owners look at it towards like passion of the state and the team and the city and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it is business for them. So the way they look at it is if I don't think I can get a championship with this squad right now, like how everything is going, why would I dip in and bring more people in just to spend more money than what's needed and put myself into obviously not a financial bond. These people are all millionaires, billionaires and all this stuff. But, like if you're just looking at financially of gain and loss, it's like how much is it worth? Because like as someone from the smaller market team, it feels like if it evens the odds a little bit more for us to be able to try and retain these people whenever we know we don't bring in nowhere near as much money as what the Lakers or Golden State or the Celtics or the Heat bring in. Respectfully compared to people like us, like Milwaukee. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, look at Milwaukee; they won a championship just a couple years ago, but they're a small basketball city. They can't bring any new players in.
I
They're
mean,
still signing Middleton to another 3-year deal.
it's definitely business, but at the same time, if I own a team, I'm not just owning a team just to own a team. I'm taking the risk on my players to win. That's it's a stock market investment. You know what I'm saying? Like you invest in a team to win, and the win is not only your championship, the win is also your bottom dollar because you win championships, your jersey sales go up. You win championships, your ticket sales go up. You win championships, more people come to your game. So there is a balance in the money. If you spend the money will return. Like and I think unfortunately some teams, some owners don't believe in that. And that's not just in basketball, that's in football. That's why some teams in football have been bottom barrel. That's why Raiders have had issues because they're the people that own the Raiders. They don't know how to manage money. They don't know how to manage money. They don't know how to manage contracts, and that's been an issue for the last 25 years. But I think with basketball, some of the ownerships, if you're not willing to put that money into your team, you're in the wrong business. You're in the wrong business. That's how I feel. You said Slim says facts is always business, always business. I agree. It's business 100%. And the unfortunate part is the NBA wants us to be loyal to them by buying tickets, but yet they won't be loyal to us by allowing players that we've rooted for and cheered for 5, 6, 7, 8 years to be able to stay for our team because now our team, because of the new rule, can't afford them. And I think
Mhm.
that's BS backwards business. You want us to be loyal to you, but you're not loyal to us.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I understand that. The the two-way street of loyalty is like super hard because I mean they obviously deserve this money and have earned this money based off their play.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that's where things get confusing and stuff like that. But then like it also, we always want to come after the owners and and fairly right. I mean they have a lot of money that and things like that. But everybody watches their neck. They all make smart investments and stuff like that. Not saying that they're doing it the right way or the wrong way. But it's like, do they want to put themselves under in a worse situation without the reward of doing something? So it's just confusing. It's just confusing, I mean, because the way the NFL works, like there's a salary cap and that's it. There's no extra thing. That's why I think the
Mm-hmm.
NFL works because it's like, everyone kind of has their standard of like what they're expected to be paid. The NFL, the problem is that, certain players are expected to get paid more than others. And it's kind of shitty because once you get into the league, you see players trying to switch positions because they're like, well, this position gets paid more than me. So like, I want to be valuable at that position so I can get paid more. In the NBA, there's less players being paid. So everyone feels valuable.
Yeah.
And it's hard. And it's hard feeling that it's hard finding that balance of it too. Like I always do. I always try to feel the neutral ground of things. It's like, I get why you want to leave, but I also get how it hurts like other teams and stuff like that just aren't ready to make that jump and that huge investment into something that could again, I mean, hurt them, even though they're very financially stable, but hurt them in the.
But that's why the NBA pushes the NBA and NFL pushes fantasy sports so much. It has nothing to do with them actually playing us playing fantasy sports. It has us doing with the fact that now we're paying attention to players we wouldn't normally pay attention to. You're a Pelicans fan. Why if you're doing fantasy basketball, now you're watching the Warriors, you're watching the Suns, you're watching the Trailblazers because you have players on the team. And that's the point of why NBA and NFL even pushes those sports. It has nothing to do with
for sure.
They don't care who win that crap. They don't care.
No,
because if they really cared, ESPN would have actual rewards for people who win, and not just because we put together a money one. No, ESPN would do that automatically because they're making money off advertising dollars. Every time we click on it, they're making money. We're the ones that are not making money. We're spending money to be on there because we're paying.
I'm making money, bro, because I like to win my fantasy, bro. Like I'm winning my $200.
But I'm saying, like, just imagine a season. I'm saying, imagine a season you pay $200 to be in the fantasy, you don't win. Do you realize every time you click on to go on your ESPN set or wherever you do it, there's advertising, so they're making money every time you go in there. But then you lose money because you didn't win your fantasy, so you lost $200. Somebody won it, but everybody is losing technically. So it's like when it comes when I look at it from a definitely business point of view, where sports teams are the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to own stock, you have to be understanding that you're taking a risk that can take a loss. And in sports, it's not just the loss of losing the title; it's the loss financially because you're not putting enough behind what you're doing because you're not really investing in what you're not fully investing.
See that put it in perspective for me from what your opinion is. Yeah. I still more agree with my opinion on it. But I understand where you're coming from like that because they're making money regardless.
They're definitely making money regardless.
And that's why I was saying it's like I don't feel bad for them if they were to have to put money into luxury tax because they're still making profit, but they're just making less percentage of profit. So it's like what you really matter. The thing that I think made me heated as a Pelicans fan is like watching all this stuff. It's like, people were like expecting us to make a big, huge splash and like go deep into the luxury tax during the trade deadline for the NBA last year. But our star player in Zion is hurt, who we're paying several of millions of dollars, a huge contract and stuff like that. He's not there. BI is hurt with a foot injury and it's all this. And it's like, you want her to devote more money into the team right now. It's like, that doesn't make sense. If she were, and this isn't for every team, it's just based off whatever I read from Pelicans and stuff. But it's like if Zion was healthy and BI was healthy and we were doing good and we were even if we were, at a 0.700 team, you would expect her to be able to invest that money into something. But the fact that we went from a number 1 to a number 6 by the time deadline came in, I believe, if I'm remembering right, even though we were still close because that battle in the West was still very close. It's like you have all these injuries and stuff like that. You don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know what's going to happen, but they know. They know if Zion was coming back. They knew Zion was coming back. Why would they invest into expanding it? You know what I'm saying? That's where I get frustrated. It's like why would they invest more money and put themselves into a luxury tax when they didn't have to, if they knew their star players weren't going to be healthy?
Yeah,
we would love it because it'd give us a better chance, but it still wouldn't result in much other than a couple playoff wins.
I mean, the one stat that I kind of learned which was kind of crazy. I was like, it kind of makes sense not to play any team in the East or in the South because statistically those teams don't make it to the finals.
Yeah, because we're all smaller teams as far as
Yeah,
basketball goes, especially basketball, because football is the South, Midwest, and then a little bit in the East. I mean, Patriots kind of run that show, but like really, I mean, the East, the Northeast, like really aren't teams like that. It's the South. A lot of the players in the NFL come from the South.
if you go
They come
back,
from Texas born, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. That's where a lot of, and then I think I'm also missing like Oklahoma, Arkansas, and stuff like that. That's where a lot of football players come from. Is that region? But basketball is not the same. We embrace football over here more than what we do embrace basketball. Basketball in the South ain't a huge deal. Like high school football is a huge fucking deal. High school baseball in the South is a pretty big deal.
yeah,
High
yeah,
school basketball,
yeah.
it falls below all two of those.
If you look at from 2000 to now with NBA, 2000 to
I'm gonna pee. I'm listening.
2022, yeah, 2000. Here's the teams: Detroit Pistons, Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, Milwaukee Bucks, Toronto Raptors. Every other title was from Dallas. I mean, it was from Texas or California. Every other title from 2000 from 2000 2022. Every other title, and Denver was the anomaly too. Denver was the anomaly too, but every other title has been from Texas or California. Which I was looking at that. I was like, I didn't even think about that. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild.
It's one like I'll point it out. I don't know if Slim, if you're still in here, I think you're from Louisiana. I know you're from Louisiana, Slim, but I don't know if you still live out here. But like, when's the last time that you've seen billboards about a basketball team in Louisiana winning a state championship? Because I've never seen it, but I've seen billboards whenever a state championship happened for our football team or for our baseball team. Never seen it for a basketball team. I couldn't tell you who has won a state basketball championship in Louisiana since I've ever paid attention to sports. I couldn't tell you unless it was my team, which none of my teams have. I've never seen it. I've never seen it posterized anywhere. I've never seen it talked about. I've never seen anything like that. Up until Louisiana, until Angel Reese and the Tigers won the Women NBA championship. That's the only time. It's such little publicity out here. Football is Southern sports.
Well,
that's what we focus on.
It's one of those crazy things where from 2000 to 2022, 8 titles have been outside of the West. Only 8
since 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's that? So that's what 70, 60%, 65%.
So Milwaukee. I mean, yes and no, because some teams have won multiple titles. So that
and the thing is too, the Miami ones was because of LeBron coming there, and they create a powerhouse team. Boston's in the East. Boston's always been a dominant team. So if you take Boston and Miami out of it, how many years has it been? Mavericks for 2 years. Milwaukee
that's
1 year.
The Mavericks. They're part of it. They're part of the Texas and California. All the titles have come from Texas and California.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
when if you take out Boston, if you take out Boston and Miami, that takes out 4. That takes out 4 of those titles. So that leaves 2. You know what I'm saying? So you have Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's
Toronto.
what Slim says. Slim says, Zach, I'm from New Orleans. This has always been about football, and I'm still in. Okay, my bad. I couldn't remember, man. We meet so many people. Like I know JPG lives in Mississippi and stuff like that. And I think Dolph lives in Texas or some shit.
Yeah, I think Dolph's in Texas.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's football. Basketball doesn't get highlighted like that. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
It just
but
tripped me out
we
when I seen
still
that stat. I was
love
like, that's crazy.
we still love basketball. But that's what the issue is with people saying like they need to get basketball out of New Orleans because it's a small market sport, and people are like, oh, they don't care about basketball in New Orleans. Like, no, we have a big group of people that love basketball, but basketball ain't promoted like it is in other states. Like it's football.
I think
You want to be a
also,
football player. When you get into middle school and you go into high school, you play basketball and you're a hot shot in basketball, ain't nobody know. If you
yeah,
a hot shot in football, everybody knows you.
yeah.
Everybody
And
knows you.
that's the one thing I liked about being in Cali, because everybody mostly everybody plays multiple sports. You know what I'm saying? Like basketball players, football players, baseball players. Like even though soccer wasn't the main sport, if your school got a dope soccer player, the track and field is fire. Like everybody pays attention to a little bit of everything. Because then also out there we have High School Sports Focus, which is a TV series just for high school sports.
Just for high school sports, yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's crazy because the thing is like even with Louisiana. So whenever I was playing soccer, right?
Yeah.
We had a like my years of playing, we had very talented squads.
Mm-hmm.
Like the teams we played against were very talented. Some of the high schools were very talented. We had people that were a lot of people. I mean, I was invited to ODP to play for the Olympic developmental team and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like
That's
we
fire.
had very talented soccer stars, but it didn't grow into anything because it's Louisiana. You would never know.
Mm-hmm.
If I was a 14-year-old that was invited to play a part of the USA basketball team or USA football team, you would know.
Yeah.
But you would have no idea how much talent we actually had in Louisiana. We used to go to regional tournaments and stuff like that because regional for us, our big competitors were Arkansas had a pretty good team, Florida had pretty good teams, Texas had pretty good teams.
Yeah.
But other than that, you really weren't worried about it. Like a lot of the guys that I played with, like my buddy Jordan that I lived with for a while, that a guy he was invited to be a part of the U16 international USA team.
That's
invited.
Dope.
You have to pay for it, but he was invited to be a part of that team. They couldn't afford it, so they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But he was invited. Like we had a lot of talent coming out of our states. When we came up to regionals, we messed some people up. But you would never know.
Yeah.
You would never know how talented some of the sports were because they weren't advertised.
Oh yeah, I definitely get that because
it's not like California.
I definitely get that with this small towns. It's just they don't have, like you said, they don't have the reach. They don't have that reach. Yeah.
No, they don't have the reach.
I definitely understand that.
And you have a small community of growth of people that focus on it. I mean, some people are just pure football fans, pure soccer fans, pure basketball fans, and they don't give a damn about anything else. And like when you're a community, you talk about like the population of Louisiana compared to like California, Texas, Florida, New York.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about a 20th, if probably less, probably much less, like 100th of some of them. Yeah, dude. A lot of talented people that just don't get a shot out here. I mean, I've played against guys. Like I said, I watched a game this past weekend. It was a semi-pro team for soccer. I watched this yesterday, and it was New Orleans Jesters versus the Pensacola, whatever their names were. My U17 team would beat them 5-0. But the guys that were skilled in it didn't go and play semi-pro because there's no money in it. We didn't get recruited into big colleges. We got recruited to like small division colleges and stuff like that you didn't even get a full ride to. You would still have to move, 5 or 6 states away to go and play. And you'd have to also play it knowing that you're not going into the MLS or anything like that. You'd go there, you'd go play, spend all your time, not be able to focus on studies, and then struggle to get a degree because you have the whole GPA. So people just didn't play. Because I've had buddies that went and played college soccer, and they'd be like, yeah, you could have made it. And I wasn't that great compared to my team. They'd been like, yeah, you would have made it without a doubt. You'd have been the best defensive player on our team. But I couldn't do it. I'm watching the game yesterday where it's like these semi-pros. Goodness. All I got to say. Yeah. There was only 3 guys on the whole entire 4 guys in the whole entire pitch that I think that was more skilled than what I was, and there was 0 guys that I think were more skilled than what our top 3 players were on my youth team
Yeah,
at 17 years old, and these guys are
yeah.
24 to 26. It's just how it works, man.
Which is kind of definitely interesting, But I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, it's just I don't know, man. That's the one thing I did like about. There's things about Cali I just really like that I wish other states actually did for their cities or the states, and it's unfortunately it's the not like from you or anything, but from the city or from
Mhm.
the administration of different cities. Like it's the attitude of they don't want to do what California does. It's like some of the stuff is actually pretty cool. Like there's just some
Yeah.
things that the way they handled situations was cool. I mean, it's like I said, the part of the reason why we ended up moving was because the government ended up taking away a bunch of California money for public schools because
Right.
it all started back to, this is totally off topic, but it started back to Bill Clinton and something that he did. So they took away the money from the West Coast. They took it from the military bases on the West Coast and the schools. So that means all the music programs, all the art programs, the museum
Yeah.
started to suffer. All that stuff started to
That's
suffer.
that's another thing. That's
Yeah,
that's another thing that's huge with the South. Bands
yeah,
in high school, when you're in a band, you're not that popular. You know what I mean? In college, if you're in the band, Slim could definitely
oh yeah, I
agree
know
with me
my
on this
homeboy.
one.
He was in the band.
If
He was in
you
the
in
band.
a band in the South, you looked at like royalty.
Yeah, he
But
was a drum major in
Grambling,
Louisiana.
Southern, all
Yeah,
the team that Deion Sanders coached for,
hmm
all these different
yeah,
different
Jackson
schools.
State, all them stuff. Yeah,
Jack, yeah, yeah,
Prayer
man.
View. Yeah, I know you talk. I know
Oh, you couldn't imagine, and
because
the thing is, you wouldn't even imagine some of the things that go off scene. Like there's a big beef between like Southern and Baton Rouge
yeah,
because
yeah.
Baton Rouge is the primarily um, what's the proper way of saying it now?
I don't know
I
what
don't
you're
want
trying
to
to
say it the
say.
right way. Like black college, colored college, more cultural
Oh yeah,
college.
historically black college,
Yeah,
HBCU,
yeah,
HBCU.
HBCU. Yeah, it's more of a
Yeah,
HBCU college, and there's like big beef between LSU and Southern because they were in the same city and
hmm
stuff like that. Like the next song that LSU has where it's "Ba, ba, ba, suck that," you
yeah.
know, that is from Southern. That is from Southern. That whole beat, that whole thing is from Southern. But what people don't realize unless you went to those colleges, especially like back in the day, because I worked with a guy that went to Southern that played football at Southern. LSU and Southern like players and stuff like that were actually really cool. Like they would have parties and they had their bands get together and have
Oh
battles
yeah, yeah, oh yeah,
against each other at
yeah.
parties. Like that's how it went. It was a cultural thing. Like they go against each other at war and like talk shit with each other,
You ever seen
like
Drumline?
they make
The
each
movie
other.
Drumline?
But Southern always won. Of
Yeah,
course.
that's.
Yeah, of course, man.
I
Who
mean,
hasn't
some
seen
people have
Drumline?
it. That's what I'm asking. Some people have it, but no, the Drumline.
It's probably the only thing that Cannon's ever been in.
But I'll say when we saw Drumline, my homeboy, his name was Jason, but he was like part of our little DJ clique. But when that movie came out
Yeah, I remember.
and we went to see that, he was like, "Man, this is exactly how we were." He's like, "This is exactly how
Mhm.
we were. This right here, the competition between us, because he was a drum major. He was a drum major, so he coordinated the band. You know what I'm saying? He coordinated. So yeah, he did all the little dances, like the dance where you get up super low to the ground. He did all that stuff. He did do all that
Mhm.
stuff. But yeah, I mean, but even for us in Cali, we already knew about that. Especially, well, I won't say us, everybody in Cali, but if you were black in Cali, you knew about that because
Yeah.
your most of our families are from Louisiana, Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? They're from these areas, so we know
Yeah.
about these. And um, the HBCU teams are actually shown on ESPN two when their football is shown, and then
Mhm.
I forgot what the competition was called, but the competition was shown as well too. So you got a chance to you can watch that. You can watch the competition. And like I remember for a while we were actually supposed to go to it before it kind of like died out. I know it's still a thing, but it's not as big as it was for the country. It was still now I know it's
Yeah,
still like
yeah, yeah, for sure.
a regional thing more than a national thing cuz before it was just like crazy national. But that is also tied into the fraternities and sororities because that's such a big
Mhm.
competition as well. And
Mhm.
technically the most bands, southern bands, they're fraternities and sorority based. So
Yeah. What is it? It's Kappa. What is it? The one of the big ones. They do. It's the one that Jalen Hurts is part of, and so is Shaq.
See, I hate this dude, man. He always comes to, and I don't know if it's real or not. This can't be real.
Some said bands are huge. Exactly, they are huge in the South. It's such a big deal. Like I was telling him, like I talked to my buddy Bryant Lee. He played for Southern. He holds a lot of the records at Southern as far as quarterback goes for their football team and stuff like that. He tried out for the Giants, broke his arm at tryouts and stuff like that. He played in the CFL, played in the AFL, and different things like that. And then I worked with him a couple years back. Real cool dude, man. Hey, love Bryant, bro. Bryant's my guy. I still talk to him every time I get a chance to. And he used to just tell me all the time about how they used to have competitions on who had the best parties and stuff like that, and they would go all out in between the two football teams and stuff like that. He'd always be like, "Yo, F LSU," but I love LSU because they would just party it up. Like Jungle Juice, that's known at LSU. And when you go to LSU games or you go to any tailgates, everybody has Jungle Juice. That's a Southern thing that came from Southern. And like he would tell us that. Yeah, man, it's all fun, man. It's all fun.
Yeah, see, the funny thing, the Jungle Juice thing on the West Coast, white colleges do that. White fraternities do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the HBCU thing out here. At least as far as at least what I've been told.
Yeah, because on the West Coast, only white fraternities were allowed to have houses mostly. Most black fraternities weren't allowed to have them.
See, that's crazy. Now, Slim, you might be able to educate me on something because I know what Bryant is. Let's say I'm 27, so he has to be 36. No, 34. He has to be 34 now. So he was in college about what's that? 14 years ago ish. But I don't know if he was in a frat or not. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if he was. I don't think he ever mentioned him being in a frat. But like he used to because he used to have parties and he said they used to fill up their bathtubs with it. And people would be just in here. He would joke. He'd be like, "Bro, it's disgusting." He's like, "I never drink out of it." He said, "But he's like, some MFers would." He's like, that's where people shower, and he's like, I ain't drinking that. But he said they fill up big. They get big barrel trash cans with trash bags, and then fill it up with the juice.
I've seen them do that. Yeah, I've seen them make that. Yeah. But like I said, from my experience, that's a white fraternity thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not a black.
Oh, really?
Thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even though black fraternities would do certain types of mixed drinks, but the jungle juice, I've only ever heard that term from white fraternities.
In white fraternities? No shit.
Yeah. Even though
were you in a frat at
No. Even though I know people, I know other people make it, but the term we usually hear it is usually when we did music. We did music for a lot of white fraternities because they pay a lot of money. So we definitely did that because they have the money. They have like actual budgets.
I saw a thing today. I was joked the F out on. They had it was the Chief Keef song where it goes the Hate Being Sober song. I hate being sober. You know what I'm talking about?
I probably heard it, but I can't.
You've heard it, but
yeah.
It was this white dude, and he goes every he's like this is everybody like 15 years ago, whatever, in high school when this song came out, and it was that song blaring. They're hot boxing in a 2013 Nissan Ultima.
That's funny.
And everybody was like, they're like, nah. White people never did that, and we're like, well, like, what the fuck? Yes, we did. It was so funny. I was dying. I was dying on it.
That actually is funny.
Because I was like, yep, that was definitely us being young and dumb.
But no, yeah. Let's see. 134. Once again, thank you for the new subscriptions. We got a few new today. So we had a few new from the last stream. We gained about almost 35 from last stream. So that's pretty dope.
Oh, big facts. Yeah. On our road to 4,000. Oh, we got the goal set at 3,000 still, but that's just because we're just excited. We didn't expect to get it this soon.
And we weren't expecting.
I didn't expect to get this soon.
I was expecting to get a hit at the first week of football.
August.
Yeah.
Yeah, same, man. You know, truly appreciate everybody that came and stopped by. I know we had a couple different international viewers that came and stopped by,
Yeah.
said what up. Big Bull Hofa, appreciate you stopping by. You say you're from New Orleans, supporting the Pelicans. Appreciate that. Junior Sosa, appreciate you for stopping by, man. Much love to you, as well as Edo Tato. Big fan of Santos from Brazil. Appreciate you for stopping by.
Quiz Santos for the Warriors.
Please, thank you.
Slim says, "My guy got on the A's hat, cap the y'all." We actually did 2 games this week.
Just started.
We did one game last week and the game before. This week we probably, because it's All-Star break, we probably won't have anything unless we decide to do the home run derby on Monday. But then we might not do that because we need to record. So we might either we're gonna record.
Yeah, we were supposed to record tonight.
Yeah,
but I think we're just gonna go ahead and record tomorrow instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, we plan on trying to do. I mean, we'll see how everything goes. I mean, I'm down to do, because we're going to continue at our NFL schedule of Monday and Thursday night football. Yeah. I think that works really good with us. And then if we have time and we can catch a baseball game once a week, I think it'd be fun. I want to get back into baseball, man.
Yeah.
I feel like you know how we're learning like NRL and cricket and all this stuff like that. Like. Mm-hmm. Baseball, I'm obviously not like learning it, but I'm relearning it and like getting back into it again. Because man, I used to love watching baseball. I know you did. You're a huge A's fan.
Yeah. Diehard fan, man.
What Slim, who do you like? Who you like in the MLB? Who you a fan of? Yeah, you're from New Orleans, so like Nan actually had that question the other day. He said, what do people from New Orleans support? What teams they support
when it comes to like baseball?
I know a lot of my people support the Cubs. I got a couple Astro fans that are family, and I got a couple of like Braves fans and stuff like that. I can't support the Braves because I'm not supporting anything that's Atlanta. That's just not happening for me. Yeah, I'm good.
But the Braves,
I'm good.
It's not.
I know, but like I'm good. Yeah, I'll support the if. Now that I've watched baseball a little bit more and stuff like that, like I like the Yankees because my dad like put me on Derek Jeter and stuff like that. But like if I had to pick a fan base that I wanted to stick with, it would be between the Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. Because I've been to like 5 Cardinal games, so like I would be a Cardinals fan probably over anything, just based off of the games I've actually visited.
I can see that. I know back in the day they used to have a really good. Really good fan base. Really good fan base. That's where Mark McGwire, after he left Oakland, he went to the Cardinals.
I thought I was hot shit because I was like 14. I threw like a 70-mile-per-hour fastball, one of their little pitcher boxes, bro. And like I don't play baseball, so I know that's not good. But I threw it, and everyone that was in line didn't pass like 65. So like I threw a 70, and I was like, yeah. I'm tough. I'm tough and shit. That's funny. I did have funny. When I used to play ball back in like in the backyard. So we used to play this game. Me and my boy Bruce, me and BJ. We used to play. We used to call it. I think we called it 3-out. Mm-hmm. And we played it. We just had a small, like it's a small suburban yard, type of thing. Yeah. And you throw a pitch. You stand up. Obviously you swing, miss, or if you keep it looking, then it's a strike if it bounces off the brick wall. But if you hit it over the house, that was the neighbor's house, then it would be 3 points. Is how we played it.
Oh yeah, we used to have something like that. We hit off the kind of like that. Yeah.
So we play that, but I didn't even know I was throwing a slider. I had no idea. I was just trying to think like. Because we played with a tennis ball. We couldn't play with a baseball because we didn't want to break anybody's windows. Yeah, we played with a tennis ball. Yeah. So like, but I would just throw it and I would just dip it. And he's like, damn, bro. He's like, you got a nasty slider. And I was like, really? I said, I had no idea. I had no idea.
Slim says, my grandpa grew up a Dodgers fan, so I rooted for them. But growing up, Ken Griffey Jr. was the man. Yeah, Griffey was the man. Like I always wanted his shoes. I wanted Ken Griffey's shoes.
I watched a thing yesterday just talking about the backwards hat thing and like how that got started. Yeah. And it's so funny. Is that like truly how like wearing a hat backwards like got started in general.
What do you mean? Because of baseball, when you had to put your helmet on?
So because he talked about how he never wore his hat forward
Yeah,
all the time, but
yeah.
so he said he wore his hat backwards because his dad would give him his extra hat and it didn't fit his head this way because it would sink like that, right? So
Yeah.
he said that he would put it on backwards that way he could still wear his dad's hat and watch the game, and that's why he did it. And then it got published and everything, like put on the shows and stuff like that. And he was like, so I started wearing my hat backwards. He said it wasn't on purpose, and he said now I can't wear a hat forward. He said my head's too big, so I wear it backwards.
Oh, I believe that. I believe that because him and his dad were so close. They were super close. Yeah, so I definitely 100% believe that.
Yeah.
It was dope to see them play on the same team together too.
Oh, I bet so, man. That's the dream, right? For any dad, that's the dream. It's what LeBron's chasing.
Yeah, definitely LeBron's chasing. I mean, hopefully he gets it. It'd be interesting. I'll be interested to see where Bronny shows up, even though people are assuming the Atlanta. That's where he's going to end up. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's got to be cool. It's like you wish someone would do a solid, but nobody does a solid in the NBA. Where it's just like you just want to see that happen. I mean, like regardless of what Bronny's career ends up to, and everything like that. But like what LeBron has done basketball, whether you like him or hate him, it's like he's done so much. So like you would hope that he had that opportunity to do the full circle of like, handing off the headband, whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, the torch. Yeah. I was trying to think about basketball reference. But hand torch off to his kids and just like move on with his career and his life and stuff like that. I mean, this is a dude that's been a family man. He's been with the same girl since he was in high school and everything like that. Like you'd hope it end that way. It would add to his legacy a little bit and just continue the James legacy of some form of greatness.
I'm looking at this list. It's like a blog list from a casino website about people's favorite teams or whatever, and it shows favorite teams and worst teams. Like by almost like 80% of the teams, the worst team is the Yankees. Like every fan base hates the Yankees. I was like, cause so funny. That's so funny.
So. Like again, as a Yankees fan, I never understood the Yankees hate. I love the Yankees, and the worst part is that like Slim and everybody else that's watching at 9 is like the only reason why I love the Yankees is because my dad bought me a Derek Jeter hat whenever I was like super young, like I'm talking like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah,
and it was a curved bill, regular baseball hat, curved bill. It had a slit down the middle. It had the number 2 with their like off-white grayish color here, and then it had NY on this side, and I wore it everywhere. It had his like little fake autograph on it, like it had like the stenciled in autograph and stuff like that. And so like I was a Yankees fan, and the funny thing about it is that my dad was a Boston Red Sox fan.
What up, East Coast?
I'm like, why'd you buy me a Yankees hat if you love the Red Sox? Like that's where you done messed up.
Doing good. How about yourself, man?
ECG, my brother.
The hate for the Yankees is that they bought their championships. That's the hate. It wasn't like they built up team throughout the farm club. They never did that. They would have great players in the farm. They bring in 1 or 2, but then for the most part, they would buy. They were buy their players. They were this. Oh, we go and cherry pick the best players from all the best teams and put them on one team. Yeah. That's basically what they did for like years.
Papa Sora in the building as well. What's up, Papa? How you doing, bro? What up, y'all?
I hate the Yankees, but I always admit they're a good franchise. I mean, because they paid for it.
Because they paid for it.
I think that's what I'm saying. Like when you put the money into it, you get the result. They put the money into it and got the result.
Just like the Warriors.
The Warriors did not buy their franchise, so stop that.
They kept it growing. They kept it growing with the money, bro. Just because y'all drafted them, y'all kept it growing with the money.
Yeah, but that's they. No. Yeah, that whole take is so bad. So now with KD buying KD, that they bought KD. but they didn't buy. They didn't buy her. Everybody else was drafted, and none of them were supposed to be good. So the fact that everybody mad about that, man, kiss my ass
Well,
off, my whole ass on that.
anyone that thought Steph wasn't going to be good is out their mind, bro. I watched that was actually
Go watch.
earliest. That was the earliest March Madness that I remember was the day when that Davidson run. That Davidson run with Steph Curry was phenomenal. I was watching that and I was like, oh my God, this dude is insane. The only one that's closer is that Marquette run. I can't remember who ran it. Man, was it? I don't think it was Jimmy Butler. But that Marquette run that was around there, yeah, bro. That Marquette team, I think that was
was it Marquette D Wade?
It might have been.
Is it D Wade Marquette?
I don't know. I was young, man. I was young, and I just remember watching that, and I like their jerseys. I like how they had the.
Glad you're good, bro. Glad you're good, man.
Yeah, it was like the little like these little parts of the jerseys. They had the different colors. It was like the gold and the navy blue that cut across, and I was like, I like those jerseys, and I watched them play, and I was like, damn, I was like, these dudes are ballers. Yeah,
D Wade, he was Marquette. Yeah, I thought that's where I saw him. No, when you talk about the people not liking Steph, when the season was over, the hate for Steph was jumped from the beginning. They didn't like his handles. They said he was too loose with the ball. They say he was too short. No, there's actually they used to have the
crazy.
They did a
someone needs to hire me as a GM then, bro. Because like when I saw him play, I was like, that dude is a baller.
I thought so too. I thought it was really good. But they have the footage of him doing his tryout, and they show all the remarks of all the coaches. There was nobody that liked him besides the Warriors. There might have been like a few teams that like thought as taking a flyer on him, a chance, but as like being an outright top pick, they didn't like him. Say he was too small. I mean, say he had bad handles. They say he took crazy shots that he didn't need to take. Like all the stuff they said about Trae Young, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's crazy, and we heard Jose Alvarado talk today about like what does the summer league mean to him, and as far as like players developing, he goes, he was a little nervous. He started a little bit, but he was like, the guys that get drafted expect to be good in the league at some point, but it's the guys that are undrafted that he looks out for because they are the ones that are underrated and have a chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And so that's what it comes down to, bro. Like, we talked about this in a stream a long time ago about players like, people coming out of high school and then getting signed somewhere. It's a Mark Jackson built the Warriors. Oh, Slim, you're gonna start not on a rampage.
Oh no. I won't. I'm not gonna rampage about that because he did build the Warriors. He did. I mean, because he's the reason why they even drafted Steph. He's the reason why they drafted Clay. Like he's the reason behind that. So I definitely agree because he wanted to build. He said he told them that they would be the best backcourt in history, and they didn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
So the style of offense that they run is based off of the Phoenix Suns offense that was supposed to be the title run offense that they never got a title. So it's the same offense. That's why they brought over Steve Nash to help coach. That was the whole purpose of bringing him over.
Yeah. So. There was one thing I can't remember what player that came in and said it. But we talked about it probably like right at the beginning of our streams and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. It was probably right once we switched over to Real Fan Sports. It might have been while we were still on the Nonpfixion channel.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how, when you go from high school and you get picked up by a college, your career starts over.
Yeah.
It's what you can do now at this level. And then once you go from college and then whether you move or transfer to a higher one and whatnot, your career it starts over again. Yeah. And then once you get into the NBA, your league or your career starts over once again. It's about what you can bring to the table each time. How can you elevate your game? Don't allow your boundaries to get set by what you look like in high school. I mean, everybody brings up the Michael Jordan quote about how he didn't start his freshman year. He made JV his freshman year and stuff like that. But like, it's the same thing. It's like how you work on your game and you develop your game. Because if you work hard enough, you're gonna be all right. Because if you think you work harder than everybody in the building, you're going to progress while other people are going to stay stagnant.
That's why I wonder. Like, I wish if LeBron went to college for 1 or 2 seasons, the LeBron we would have got to the NBA would have been a whole different person. He would
Oh my
have
god,
been a
dude.
different person.
He probably would have averaged 32 points per game.
He'd have been way. I think he would have been a better player early.
You think about the accolades that he has now. Imagine if he'd played
I
2
think if he
years
played
in college.
he might have had a title in Cleveland way before. Because it wasn't like they didn't have enough pieces around him, but he still played really well for as young as he was in the game. He played really well. They didn't have a great.
Yeah.
Cleveland didn't have the money to really. Well, I won't say they didn't have money. They chose not to go that route. But he played really well, and he was definitely a menace to the Celtics. They just definitely couldn't get over that hump.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, when you come into the draft, we talked about this earlier with let me scroll back so I can get his name, but with Junior.
Junior Sousa.
Sousa. We talked about this with Junior Sousa is whenever you come into the league, like he asked us about Zion and what we thought. We feel like Zion just got pushed into a pedestal way too early, to where like he didn't have that chip on his shoulder. You talked about Kobe and how what did you say, he got benched or
he when Kobe first came into the league, he himself built up the chip because they weren't playing him because he felt that the coach would feel pressure of favoritism if he played him early, even though Kobe was technically, he was ready, but he still wasn't 100% ready because he was just 18. But Kobe built that rock up on the shoulder early from jump because you're not gonna play me,
a whole rock.
Yeah, you're not gonna play me. Okay, I'll show everybody how good I really am. So. But
that's a lot of what it takes, man. It's like you get doubted. You could be the best aspect in the world, but until you show up to the big game, and then once you get that first contract and see how you do, bro. Like, because a lot of these guys work off adversity, like trying to prove people wrong. Like there's a very fine balance depending on what type of person you are. Of like, do you benefit more from proving people right or proving people wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to figure that out. I know when I did the my workout channel, I used to do a workout channel, and I based everything whenever up to a certain point of trying to prove everybody wrong. Like, I always wanted to just be like, yeah, I want you to look at me and be like, oh, that's not the person I thought he was.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was my motivation for so long, but I didn't grow and then become the better person that I was until I was like, it ain't about that. It was until I prove people right that actually believe in me.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's find that balance, man.
I mean, like what you said about Zion, that's been my argument for probably the last, say, 10 years with NFL and NBA. The players who are young that are definitely above the rest when they come into the league, the fan is number one culprit. The fan doesn't allow ownership to allow players to sit, because fans want players to produce so early. Now ownerships are forced to make players play early, when in turn certain players aren't used to that type of pressure. Yeah, they're used to pressure because they play sports, but not that kind of pressure. When you go from just being able to push a team past to state title to now there is $100 million program that's on your shoulders, and because you're an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, you have to lead this program when the people that you're leading are 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30, and they're like, this kid is not going to come and not going to lead me anywhere.
And I'm gonna point out something that like I witnessed in person with that. So like any of that follows soccer, I know this is kind of off topic and stuff like that, but like I watched the Gold Cup, which takes place in the United States. I went to a game where I watched Argentina play the United States of America, USA, and they had a guy Pulisic, who's now one of our top players on our team.
Oh yeah, Pulisic, yeah.
But at the time that I watched him play, they played Messi at center mid, and they had a 18-year-old guard him. That was his man. That was his mark throughout the game.
Yeah.
And you watched an 18-year-old kid, some that dude doesn't even probably doesn't even own a credit card. He probably like anything like that.
Yeah.
And he has to guard the arguably probably one of the best soccer players that we've ever seen in the world ever
Yeah.
in time.
Yes.
He's up there with Ronaldo, Maradona, Pele, and all them.
Yeah.
He's up there, and he's 18 years old, and he has to guard him. He has to step up to that opportunity. And so you see that, and it's like the jump of how scared he was in the beginning. You could see how intimidated he was in the beginning. It's a big mental leap that you take going from high school, skipping college, and going straight into the league, and then the expectations that are placed in front of you. It's the same thing, even though soccer in the United States isn't as followed, but still going from a club level, like this is a level that I played up until to playing the best in the world.
I told you
that's how it is in the NBA.
I told you my younger cousin, when he was 14, he played soccer. He's probably one of the best in Northern Cali. I forgot what position he played, but there was a point when the Brazilian national team sent out representatives from Brazil to California to sit down with his mother and my uncle to say, hey, we want to sign him to a future contract.
Yep.
Basically, when he finishes high school, we want him to come to Brazil to play for our whatever youth, however they do it, youth national team to progress to the national team, however they do it. But they want him to come at 17, 18.
Yeah.
And he turned it down because he was afraid. Even though opportunity wise,
hell yeah, I'd be petrified, bro.
Yeah, I mean the fact that it's
I'd like to think I'm a tough MFer sometimes, bro, but I would be petrified.
It tripped me out when I remember talking to him afterwards. When I talked to him during this conversation, he was only 15. But like the fact that they're coming and saying, "Hey, in 3 years, if you sign this contract, you're leaving home, you're coming to Brazil, you're playing on our youth national team."
And Pulisic, let me look it up. He's from the United States, but his family is from Germany, if I remember right.
I think I heard him saying his family was from somewhere else.
Yeah,
but that's the one thing. Like I said, as far as dealing with sports, the fan bases they are so quick. Like the Wemby thing, people saw a practice footage of Wemby,
the Wemby thing is crazy.
And then they say, "Oh,
people
well, he's
losing
a bust."
their mind.
But they seen a practice and said, "Oh, he missed a couple shots. Oh, he's a bust." You don't know what a bust is. You've never played the sport professionally. Like just sit back and let the young man grow. Let him become a man.
How long did it take for Manu Ginobili to not come off the bench, and now people think he should be a Hall of Famer? I think he should too.
Oh,
how many years did he come off the bench? It was like 5 years.
I want to say it was like 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years. And how many times did he get six man of the year award? Like, how many times he was in the conversation?
6 years.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's a player that people at that point we're not talking about as highly. But somebody like myself who's seen him constantly because my team's in the Pacific Northwest, so we see them. We see them a lot. I could not stand this dude because he was so good. I thought he was so good. So good.
I hated when he came in.
But people were like, "Oh, he's not." I was like, "Are you seeing the same game that I'm watching? That dude is amazing." I was like, "That dude is so good." But that's the unfortunate thing about, because when we talk about ownerships trying to balance their funds, but because their funds are dictated by ticket sales are dictated by the fans who make the choice of saying, "We want this person to start."
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the same thing with David Griffin, because honestly, in my eyes, I mean, David Griffin has had some misses, but David Griffin is the first ownership that we've had in years that has been willing to take risk. I remember when we had guys like David Bowen that was getting minutes in our league. This dude looked like my father. Okay,
that's funny.
He didn't have like no offense, pops, like my but he looked like when I'm saying I don't know how to describe his game as less than just like not NBA ready than this. Like
Yeah.
it just looked like
Yeah.
a guy that does a white guy off the street that like had would make a couple little hook shot, would have a little hustle play, but he looked like my dad. He had the little half part here with the little comb
Oh.
over, and he was slightly overweight. Didn't really look like he had an athletic build in his body, but he had minutes on our Hornets team that made it to the second round of the playoffs with CP3, David West, Peja, goodness, I'm forgetting our center. But that's what I'm saying. It's like y'all obviously don't remember what we used to have, which we were excited for. And he was a fan favorite because he would just come in and give in hustle minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like that,
it's like you don't realize the pressure.
And that's the unfortunate part about the money game dealing with, especially football. You have players who should not be starting right away. That should be taking the time to sit behind other players to learn and understand the game. I don't know how many people have been able to. I know people watch college sports or pro sports or even high school sports, but have you ever sat on the sidelines, like actually on the sidelines, to see it up close and personal? You know what I'm saying? To see it up close and personal. Tyson Chandler was the center, but to see it up close and personal, see the speed. That difference is a big difference. Like to see the difference between high school to pro, to college and college to pro, that difference is ridiculous. And the size, when you see a player in a college level that stands out, they stand out for a reason. It's because there are literally a man amongst boys. Like I remember watching when we were working at Fresno State and Logan Mankins. Logan Mankins was the offensive lineman for Fresno State. This dude was so effing huge. Watching him play, it was unfair. We ran a pro style offense where we have four on the turf, and we have a tight end that's a fifth blocker if we want for a power. We ran power. So to see Logan and then Wendell Mathis, who was on his right side, not Mathis, but Wendell, he was on his right side. Both of those dudes, who both went to the pros, just looked so different. Looked so different than everybody else. Like the game for them just kind of just moved slowly, and they were just outstanding as offensive linemen. Like I never, it just tripped me out to see that.
The first thing that like whenever we first, because so like those of y'all that are just tuning in and those of y'all that have followed us for a little bit is that me and Nan met through playing video games and stuff like that. Like I didn't know Nan had a love for sports and stuff like that, and I don't think Nan knew I had a love for sports. Like it just developed after 3, 4, 5 years before we realized we're like, oh wait, we both love sports. Let's do a channel together. And that was the first thing that he told me, because Nan has done film. He was on the field, right next to these players, filming them and watching them play, like from college levels of all kind of different ranges of sports. He's done a little bit of everything. From football to hockey, he's done a little bit. He's done a little bit of everything.
I really have.
And what he has told me is that like you don't understand the speed difference. It's like like I'm a Saints fan, but I ain't got all kind of money. I'm not sitting up close. I'm sitting in the back. Everything seems slower from further away. And now I was like, you don't realize how fast these guys are, how quick their decision making has to be. It's a big aspect of the game and their skill set, of the difference between from Pete Warner to high school to college to pros. It's different.
It's so different.
It's different.
It makes sense why a player can't come out of high school and go to the pros. The average player their career will be ended within their first game because they'll be injured. Because they're going to make a mistake that's going to ruin their life or somebody else's career. Judgment time. Yeah, the judgment time.
I remember at high school, like so we had a really good high school team whenever I was there my freshman and sophomore year. We won state twice, and I remember watching guys. His name was I'm forgetting his name now. Lezedrick Thomason. He was a guy that was 2 grades above me, that I watched him play football. I played football with him in grade school, like touch football and stuff like that. Watched him go to high school, watched him compete, tear his ACL, and then his career end. Went to Tulane and still balled out in Tulane, but couldn't make the pros after that because he didn't get looked at from a big school. Like I watched guys like him. We had another guy that we called LJ. He played for 40's team. The Mean Greens.
Is it UNT? I think UNT.
I think UNT
Texas?
played for UNT. We had a guy who played for Colorado that now Deion Sanders coaches.
Yeah,
and I've seen all these guys, and it's like when I watched them in high school, I thought they were superhumans.
Yeah, because
the only one that I thought and they were different. And then you watch them in college, and they look like every average Joe, except for Lizedrick Thomason. I think if he never tore his ACL, he'd been a pro guy like Matt Forte. He ran just like Matt Forte for the Bears. If he never tore his ACL when had a chance, he would have done it. But like these guys, you watch them and you just see them be so far above their level, and then you see them going to college, and then you realize, holy shit, there is one of them in every city, in every state of the world. And they got to be better than them.
Because you think about it like this, if on any given field in a college, there's 11 guys on offense, 11 guys on defense. Out of those 11 guys on offense, 11 guys on defense, they were him from their campuses in high school.
Let me do this just some perspective.
You know what I'm saying? And people will be like, "Oh, well, he came in from high school. He looked great." Yeah, but everybody else on his team looked great in high school too. Like there was a dude that came from, his name was Bear Pasco. He was a quarterback. Came to Fresno State. We all knew he wasn't going to play quarterback because we already had a set quarterback. But he came in. They brought him as a quarterback, and they changed him to a tight end. And what's crazy is he could throw the ball 70 yards on a dime if he wanted to. But as a tight end, the dude he's 6 foot. I want to say 6'5". He was solid muscle, straight cowboy. Like he got to the league as a tight end and got to the Giants. The last Giants Super Bowl. He was on the team as the backup tight end and actually caught a pass in the Super Bowl. So it's
that's the other thing you don't really. We have this argument sometimes with like our NRL guys because in NRL. They're with the way they work sports in Australia, and I'm assuming in some parts of Europe is a little bit differently. They don't have like colleges like how we have. Like they go through schooling and then they have levels of teams in their school, and then they eventually get
everything is like club style
that can make it. Yeah, it's more club style. Yeah. So they talk about how like, oh no, these players can't do this, that, and this, and it's like, no, you don't realize that they did do this. Justin Jefferson. I went to school with Justin Jefferson that plays for Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, if he wanted to play soccer, he'd be the best soccer player in the United States.
Yeah.
He had tremendous handle because they still, even though they did, sports PE where they worked out, they still participated in some PE classes where they actually played soccer and played Frisbee or whatever the fuck it was. Excuse my language. And he was the best. He was the best. Among all the athletes that played soccer, he was better than them, and so so what I was saying earlier is looking at the amount of high schools compared to colleges, right?
Yeah.
High schools usually cover 9th through 12th. There are a total of 20,469, both public and private, in the U.S.
Yes.
All right, colleges. There are 5,300, so that is a fourth.
Yeah,
there's a fourth amount of colleges that there are high school, and if you divide that by how many D1 colleges there are, I bet you it's more around the 10th to the 12th.
I want to say
it might be less.
Division 1 might be like Division 1. Oh. It's the number is small. It's not even nowhere
it's
near
small.
That. Yeah,
it might not even be in the thousands. It's probably around like look it up.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, you can't go by the school. You have to go by Division I football because you can have a Division I football, but then your baseball or softball could be Division II because of the size of the school, or the size of the team, or the
Mm-hmm.
size of the stadium. The stadium can dictate the size
True.
too.
Just search up football for
Yeah.
for an instant thing.
So
How D1
how many
football teams
Division
they
I
have.
football teams are there? There are 125 Division I FCS football teams and 129 FBS football teams. Yeah, yeah. That's why.
Those are y'all that are here. Put that in perspective. 20,469 high schools, where every single high school has a star that's
Yeah,
getting drafted somewhere. There are, or not drafted somewhere, but getting a full ride scholarship to some college. There's 5,300. That means that there is 20%, I think is what I said, of colleges, and then there's only 120 of them. That's I'm trying to do quick math. That's
so
like less than 3% is
yeah,
D1.
and then D2. So D1's 130. The full D1, I guess they added some teams within the last couple of years, is 133. The full D2 is 169. So if you say
And
300 schools for Division I to Division II, that's still ain't nothing.
it's still ain't nothing.
Yeah,
And the thing like that, if you're an athlete trying to get in, it's like that's not a number, because if you're a true athlete, that's one to defeat controversy, because as soon as you decide to be an athlete and want to go pro, you already have decided into a lifestyle of controversy
oh yeah,
and difficulty, because the chances of you getting there is very slim. It's not to down your hopes. It's to put realization to them, to be,
oh
I
yeah.
have to work
Reality.
this. It means that I have to work this much harder to get there.
Yes, that's why we try to explain to the kids when we used to talk to them, especially like when I first started working in football. I was older than most football players, so I try to keep the perspective in the head. Like, just remember, you're one in how many thousands?
In a
How many?
million.
Like you're one in how
Yeah.
many thousands that's trying to make it to the NFL. NFL only has it's only 100 positions that's available at the end of any given season. That doesn't mean they're going to, even though they draft you, if you're not drafted within the first 15 spots, nothing's guaranteed for you. You have to earn that spot. So
Yeah.
like you could end up like there was players at Fresno State that one dude he was from Canada. He actually was born and he had some rare disease and actually lost his pinky finger and his ring finger on one hand. But he was an amazing safety.
224
He was an amazing
is
safety.
how many people get drafted into the NFL. 224.
And out of 224, with the first 10 to 15 usually have some kind of guarantee. So that number is so minuscule. It's like you if you're gonna go for this lifestyle, if you're not putting 100% in it, then what are you in it for?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's one of those things, because so like I said, I work with Brian Lee. He worked with Hahnville's high school's team, where I'm from, which is a high school team. He worked with Puka Williams, who signed with Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Or Kentucky, Kansas. It's one of two. It's Kentucky or Kansas. I think it might have been Kansas.
I think it's Kansas.
He verbally told us, like, no BSing, and like, this is a dude that tried out for professional teams, that played in CFL, that played in the AFL, and did all this. He said that this is the most talented football player that has ever came out of Hahnville, his high school. Other players that have came out of Hahnville include Jarvis Landry and LeBron Landry.
That's crazy.
He said he's more talented than them, but he said what's going to hold him back is his lifestyle and his commitment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So like when you commit to this type of thing, it's like you have to be the 0.01% of people to make a lifestyle of it.
You have to.
So like, if this is your craft, put everything into it, man. Don't
like
hold back and slow yourself down, bro. Like, enjoy your partying later, because by the time you're 21 and you're signed to an NFL contract, you can go have a lot of fun. Your life is still ready to live. And I mean, granted, you don't get no injuries or crazy injuries and stuff like that. Even after you retire, you're still going to live a great life. Ready to live for yourself and all things that you thought you might have missed, but you're also going to be able to set up a life for all the people that come behind you, at least 1 to 2 generations before that.
And that's what, when we had those conversations with the people, the ones who are not trying to understand the perspective that we come from when it comes to NFL versus NRL. It's like, do you not understand that 1.2%, 1.3% make it to the NFL? And I think if I look it up, it's probably gonna be like 1.6, 1.7, or whatever. I remember seeing a long time ago, but I want to say it's like 1.5, 1.6 is the percentage of players, college players, that will actually become professional NFL players. You know what I'm saying? Like 98.4 is a number that does not make it.
So they, according to teamsnap.com, there are 1,093,234 high school football players in the United States, and 6.5% of those high school players, or 71,060, will play in college. The drop off from college to pros is even more dramatic. Only 1.2% of college level players will get drafted into the NFL.
Yeah, so that's 98.8% do not make it.
Well, and that's, and I know that, those of y'all from the United States that are kind of tuned in and just kind of listening and stuff like that, that don't know much about the NRL or much about like rugby and stuff like that. We've been having a little just conversational debate about like NRL players, NFL players who can make it, and a lot of them are like, oh, these guys aren't athletes, and it's like, you have no idea. You have no idea if they would have devoted their time towards this. There's a lot of players that would run the show over there. It's like, it's not trying to be disrespectful. Like, not all of them would. Not all of them would, but there's a good handful percentage that would make.
I'd say, just to be unbiased, I'd say at least 10% of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
At least 10%. That's just being trying to give a low number. I think 10%, even though I think it's more than that, but I think 10% would succeed. I'm gonna close out this poll. The poll, we had 26 votes. I'd say I meant to misspelled thoughts, but thoughts on Summer League. Haven't watched any yet. Was 42%. Can't wait for NBA season. Got 27%, and likes for a good season. Got 27%. And don't care about them here. Got 4%. So I'll close out that poll. I know it's like 1, so I know you said you still had to call and talk to Skylar.
I think she's sleeping. We can close.
I just noticed the time, so
we can close
out. Close it up.
For sure.
9.
For sure.
For everybody who has stopped by, thank you. We've had a good amount of views, good amount of people coming in, chilling, and listening to the game. We appreciate you guys.
Oh, some great conversation,
some good content, some new people from other parts of the world, which is actually pretty dope. Because we normally don't get that. We don't normally get that for basketball. We get it for football, not normally for basketball. It's rare. It's very rare. But those who came and the new people who joined the stream, appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. And I know you were looking up something, so I didn't want to cut you off for that. So,
oh, you're good. You're good. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find what I was searching. So
yeah.
You're good.
But yeah, I think we had a really good stream. I enjoyed it. The Pelicans pulled out the dub over the Warriors for the Summer League. This was game 2 for both teams. Game 2, and Pelicans are now 1-1. Warriors are 0-2. Great stream, brothers. Thank you so much, Slim. I appreciate you, brother. I'm not sure when our next stream will be. We might just do a stream where we just get on. I think we talked about doing a stream where we just get on and kind of just top it up. This week,
yeah, I think so.
Because there's baseball, but there's no baseball that we have access to. We'll keep an eye out on the listing because tomorrow's home run derby. Tuesday is the All-Star game, which we won't be doing because Wednesday morning we have the NRL
early stream,
very early stream. So if anybody's up at 5 a.m., And you just saying, if you're up at 5 a.m., we will be live for a stream for NRL. You want to learn about new sports? Come through. Trust me, it's a good time. It's a really good time, and you meet a lot of
For
people
sure.
from the other side of the ocean, other side of the world. You know what I'm saying? And it's always a good time. But thank you guys for coming here. Like I said, we will probably do a live stream, maybe Thursday or Friday. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
just see.
Thursday or Friday. We'll do something, even
Yeah,
just a pull up for an hour or two.
yeah.
Yeah,
Just
we'll
pull
do
up
something.
just to say what's up. So look out for that, and we'll have videos dropping this week and next week like crazy. Some
Yes.
will some
Hopefully
will have
every day is the
yeah,
plan. Every day.
we'll probably have some double and triple stacked on some days. So just when you get a chance, check them out and give us your honest feedback on them, because we'll be breaking down what we feel is going to be the seasons coming up for the AFC and NFC all teams individually. We're going to talk about it individually. So appreciate you
Oh yeah.
guys. Zach, do you have anything else to add to the conversation before we end it out?
Oh, and no, that's it, man. I appreciate everyone that came and stopped by. I appreciate all the new viewers and new subscribers, stuff like that, man. Helping us reach our goal. We're now finally reached 3,000. We're at 3134, trying to get to 4,000, which is insane. Yeah. We're coming up to the first full year of our channel where we've actually gone live and done stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just crazy amount of feedback that we've had. Like, I truly appreciate all you for stopping by, man. Like all love. I can't wait to have y'all be a part of some streams, some of those conversations. We still want to do debate streams and stuff like that, and hope to have y'all there. We'll have more news on that, and man,
yeah, a lot of that was affected kind of by the memberships being paused because of all that. So so we want to I'm gonna talk to Zach. We'll have an idea of how we want to organize that, because at first it was based off of membership, but now since that's kind of paused, not sure how to approach it. So
we'll might change some things.
Yeah, we'll discuss it and figure it out. And we also talked about doing a watch party for movies too. So if you're interested in that, that's an option as well.
About watch movies.
That's an option.
Maybe that's what we could do next week. Let's do that next week. Let's do a watch movie. We'll do a watch party for a movie. So y'all hit up our Discord and put that in the chat. If you're on Discord, if you're not on Discord, get you a Discord. Go ahead and follow us on over there. That way we can set that things up. I think we said we might watch The Sandlot first. I think we
talked about The Sandlot was going to be one of the first options. Yeah,
I think that'd be fun.
But thank you guys for being here. Like Zach said, we hit our initial goal. Our real goal is such a big number, we just don't say it right now. But our next goal is 4,000. So that's the goal, and hopefully we can hit that before the NFL season is even over. That's what I'm going for.
No, we can hit it soon, bro. I feel it. I believe it.
But appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and we will see you sometime this week coming up. So look out for thumbnails, but also look out for videos. We got a lot coming. Appreciate you. Love you. Peace out, y'all.
Cheers.